Alrighty. At some point in this experiment we call America, people are gonna have to figure out that America's broke. America's broke and we're broken. Two different ideas. We're broke because we are out of money. We can't seem to pass a budget. We managed to get TSA workers paid. They had gone 44 days without being paid. And now we're facing the reality that TSA could be getting back to not getting paid again because there was $10 billion in funding through executive order that the president could redirect to ensure that TSA got paid. Well, now there's 1.6 billion in payroll for all the agencies combined, and they're just about out of money again because it's 1.6 billion every 2 weeks. So they had about 5 pay periods, but they used that 10 billion to back pay. So and this is going to tie in with the Iran thing right now, because why would anybody actually want to negotiate with the United States? It's an interesting conundrum to be in right now, because nobody has to negotiate with the US because we're an embarrassment. Our country isn't functional. A long time ago in a land far away, we were supposed to have a singular budget. One budget to rule them all. We passed everything so that the government ran. All components of the government ran. And then we started divvying up the budget so that we could, I guess, vote on some things and not on other things. Like the controversial things move to their own votes, which is a stupid way to run a government, but whatever. We have stupid people running the government. And now we're going into the summer, which is like a really important time of the year for our country to make money. And we're going to have TSA shut down again. The only thing I'm hoping for is that the TSA doesn't get interrupted until the first week of June. The reason why is my wife and my 2 daughters are going to be flying to join me in Florida. I'm driving down to Florida so that I have the car. We're going to be there about 10 days. Then we're going to drive home. But I just can't fathom. I mean, I'm going to tell them. My daughter gets out of school that day at like 10:35. Their flight's not till 4. I'm going to say, congratulations. Go to the fucking airport way early. Eat at the hockey bar. Read a book. Take a nap. I don't give a shit. Just get on the plane. It's not like you're going to have luggage or anything. You're going to have one backpack between the 3 of you. You can manage. But this is just absurd. Like, we have a bunch of politicians that can't get anything done. Nothing is getting done. And I don't think any of them understand the gravity of this situation. This one right here. TSA officers could once again be working without pay as soon as the first week of May if Congress doesn't vote to reopen and fund the Department of Homeland Security. Iran, let's see, what does Salty Bread say about Iran? Oh, apparently Iran doesn't. I didn't have the page open. Iran has understood they can just wait, and the U.S. will either go back home because of the War Powers Act or fall apart, and they'll be able to enforce their tariffs on the Strait. Yeah, this is the really big problem with how Donald Trump went about trying to impose anything in the Middle East. Number one, as long as the rest of the world isn't willing to commit to enforcing the Strait Passage, then Iran doesn't have to give a shit. Now, technically, the Strait of Hormuz is a very interesting situation. Because the Strait of Hormuz makes a couple of countries landlocked without access to the Strait of Hormuz. So, without the Strait of Hormuz, so technically, Oman is not landlocked without the Strait of Hormuz because it has all this access. And technically, Dubai, it is not landlocked. However, because of how the traffic is done, traffic is inbound, outbound. So Dubai technically could get boats in, probably, because they could control their piece of the territorial water to say we're creating an inbound channel. But the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq are all landlocked without the Strait of Hormuz. International law says, specifically regarding straits, passage must be granted. Except, where's the UN? Where's the UN Navy then? Where's the Joint Coalition Task Force? Now, I understand why there's not a Joint Coalition Task Force. And there's not a Joint Coalition Task Force because Donald Trump decided unilaterally to attack a member of the UN. Donald Trump, without any right, without any formal declaration of war, went to war with Iran. And Iran said, fuck it. If Iran has basically been saying this whole time, if the UN isn't going to step in to protect a member nation, which is Iran, from an aggressor, which is the United States, then fuck it. We're gonna close the Strait of Hormuz. So you've got two wrongs not making a right. But the trick here is, you're absolutely right. Iran doesn't have to win. Iran just has to disrupt traffic, because 20% of the world's oil moves through the Strait of Hormuz. We're not even talking about any of the other assets that move through the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of the world's oil moves through it. A lot of European countries are struggling now because they're not supposed to buy Russian oil, which has been going on for 4 years now. They can't buy Iranian oil because they've been sanctioned since like 1978. And so, where are they supposed to get oil? We don't produce enough to export enough to take care of all of Europe's needs. So Donald Trump releases a 30-day moratorium on Russian sanctions, which is like dumb as fuck. Because Russia will sell oil and then have money again. Yeah, they can just turtle until everyone makes the U.S. back off. Well, unfortunately, the U.S. has to back off here in the next day or two. In the next 2 days, Donald Trump has to begin, or let's just call it May 1st because of the 24-hour, the Zulu clock. He needs to begin the drawdown, or do what presidents have done in the past and just completely ignore the War Powers Act timelines, which then will once again show why the War Powers Act needs to be thrown out. Congress needs to pass a law that removes the War Powers Act. Tomorrow is also Taco Tuesday, so who knows? Yeah. Also this year, if you guys didn't know this, Taco Tuesday is Cinco de Mayo, or more specifically, Cinco de Mayo, it falls on Taco Tuesday. If you haven't been training for the last year, I don't think you have enough time by next week to train for this. My family, being my wife and my children being Mexican, we've been training for this for a whole year. The other thing with Iran is Iran just needs to not lose. Iran doesn't need to win. Iran just needs to make this too costly for the U.S. to continue. Right now, people in the U.S. are just frustrated. People in the U.S. are hungry. They're homeless. They're cold. We don't have money to take care of our own population. And Donald Trump believes that the American people are going to just continue to quietly sit and suffer. I truly hope that the Democratic Party goes donkey balls with the election buildup. I hope the Democrats take control of the House by 50 or 60 seats. I hope that the Democrats pick up all 10 seats from the Republicans in the Senate. I hope there's a 10-point seat swing in the Senate. because this is ridiculous. I went to the store yesterday, and I honestly don't know how people are surviving. I didn't even get really anything all that like bougie. I got 2.5 pounds of cheap steak. That was $15. We got 2 salads. We got meal-sized salads, not like side salads. We got eggs, bacon, couple of spaghetti TV dinners, loaf of bread, loaf of sourdough bread, a chocolate milk, and a tea. And that was $76. To be honest, the CIA should have armed an Iranian militia and put the crown prince in charge to spark a rebellion. No, we shouldn't have. What? You know what we should have done? Let me back up for a second. You know what we should have done? Fucking nothing. The US should have done fucking nothing. Because it's not a US problem. Iran isn't a US problem. It's a Middle East problem. It's a global problem. It's not a US problem. We shouldn't be solving this. That's the problem. That's where so here's what should be happening, right? But here's the thing, Salty Bread. Let me stop you. What would arming an Iranian militia do? Get people killed. Do you have any idea how much armament you would have to give to an Iranian militia for them to even fucking move the mercury against the Islamic Republican Guard? Shit. You'd have to arm nearly 1 million fucking Iranians. Arming fucking untrained civilians against even semi-formally trained military members is a fucking bloodbath. This is the big problem. There's 193 member nations in the UN, and the US is one of them. So when shit in the world needs to get done, the US should be like, okay, how much is this gonna cost? Okay, here's our 0.5% of that. Oh, this operation is gonna cost 100 billion. Here's our half. I'm trying to think of any way the US could actually achieve the goals they started the operation with, unseating the Iranian government. We can't. Let me stop you right there. Don't try to figure out a way to unseat the Iranian government, because there is no way. You look at Iraq. Half the people in leadership positions in Iraq right now were members of Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath Party way back when. They just weren't the people at the top of the party who had to die because of the shit they did. You'd need the Revolutionary Guard to revolt. But you'd need the Revolutionary Guard to die. That's the problem. You need all those people that have lived as a higher class of citizen for 47 years to not be there anymore. We're trying to figure out how to destabilize Iran, how to change the Iranian regime, how to do this or how to do that or how to do the other. The problem becomes, it's not our place to do any of that when we can't even feed our own people. It's like over the weekend, somebody may have tried to assassinate Donald Trump. I'm not going to outright say somebody did try to assassinate Donald Trump, because I don't know what the hell happened yet. But I do know that there was a shooting suspect at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which is oddly the first time Donald Trump has ever gone to the Correspondents' Dinner. If that doesn't tell Donald Trump what the status of his country is, right? The fact we haven't already been told it's a radical Antifa terrorist yet is telling. Well, the problem with it is calling anybody Antifa is fucking stupid. Labeling somebody Antifa is like saying they're Antifa. Is that supposed to be an insult? Because by calling somebody Antifa, that means you're saying they're the opposite of you. A domestic terrorist, technically, yes, because Donald Trump is not, although Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief, he is not a military member, he is a civilian. He is the civilian overseer of the military. Yes, the use of violence against Donald Trump is terrorism. Terrorism is the use of violence against political leadership in order to achieve some sort of agenda. But what always made me laugh about people screaming about Antifa is anti-fascist. So if you're calling somebody Antifa, what are you saying, that you're for fascism? Like, yes, we should all be Antifa. It's like back in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, people would make a big deal about members of the ACLU. They'd be like, well, you're one of those ACLU people. One of those ACLU people? Yes, I'm a member of the American Civil Liberties Union, an organization whose sole purpose is upholding the Bill of Rights. So by you pointing out and saying, well, you're a member of the ACLU, are you against upholding the Bill of Rights? I mean, where's the insult here? You're gonna have to put that one together for me. Now, the fact that there was a shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, bad thing. Bad thing. My crackpot theory is that the CIA orchestrated the whole shooting to stop Trump from holding his speech, which, in his own words, was going to be the most offensive speech he's ever held. Every time Donald Trump opens his mouth, he's at risk of saying the most offensive thing ever. But now we've got like 55 different, oh my God, the conspiracy theories. Weird. Vance escorted out before Trump. Then Trump falls down as he's getting escorted out. Okay, so there's nothing weird about what happens, but I'll play the video so we can see what happens. All right. I wasn't talking. So people are making a big deal about the fact that JD Vance is escorted out first. The reason why JD Vance is escorted out first is JD Vance has his own dedicated Secret Service team. You'll notice JD Vance goes off stage right. The president goes off stage left. Why aren't they immediately moving the president? Something happened. that we don't see. JD Vance's route is called clear. His route is already pre-established. His route of egress is staged right to wherever his motorcade is. They don't like having the president and the vice president on the same stage, in the same place, at the same time, for this very reason. Because there's two overlapping details. Now, you'll notice JD Vance, now obviously right about here, the president's not being moved yet, and in come, here's the tactical officers, because something has occurred on the president's route out, and tactical is moving in because now they know the threat is immediately outside the doors, so they're moving into position to secure in place while they're trying to figure out why the fuck can't we move the president. But you notice there's two teams at work here. All these people are making up all this bullshit. This is textbook how it should have happened. The suits are moving the president, and the tactical team is coming in to, they're not there to move the president. They're there to neutralize whatever threat is about to come through that door. But all these people are freaking the fuck out about JD Vance got escorted out first. That's because JD Vance has his own security team. He has his own motorcade. The vice president and the president are not permitted to travel together. Just like in England, now that George has hit a certain age, George doesn't even travel with his father anymore. When they fly on separate helicopters, they fly on separate airplanes. Kind of sucks, you know, being like a teenage boy. Now, his mom can go with him, and sometimes Kate does, right? But just so that he has a parent with him. What's this one? Oh, is this just outside the... Yeah, so this is just outside. So cop. That's fucking terrible. That's a terrible fucking response. That's a fucking terrible response. What the fuck was that, guys? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this, guys? You're about to run through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. About to run through 6 of you. Where's the fucking... Why are you going for your gun? Where's the fucking straight tackle? That's bad. That's bad shit right there. Let's see what Trump... Let's hear from the man himself.
Trump, there's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations.
Of course you have.
I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive.
You thought they were very fucking impressive. What? They ran through, like, your fucking security detail was fucking yapping. He came through a door, ran through 6 people. First of all, there should have been 2 people at the door, not 3 people leaning against the wall. If that's a door, the door should be secured.
They were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank
Right.
you for updating us on
Thank
the
you.
suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy. And, you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, we have.
That is true. For those of you that don't necessarily believe that, when you're looking out at a photograph of like these big events, some of those people are agents, Secret Service agents. Remember, the only people around the president who are armed are Secret Service agents. So like Kash Patel in the background, somebody said, why is Kash Patel not getting up? First of all, Kash Patel isn't a badged, sworn agent. He is the director of the FBI. He's not a career FBI agent. Also, if you're not Secret Service, you don't carry a gun near the president. Any news about the American Gestapo? No, we don't have a Gestapo.
We've had there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead,
Do you know
Kevin.
any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know.
suspect?
Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service.
Secret
I mean,
Service did great.
I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live.
The president of the United States, for anyone that's not American and doesn't know this, the president doesn't control his security detail. The president can say what he's not happy with, and then Treasury, the Department of the Treasury oversees Secret Service. They'll, like he talked about, he's going to stop doing outdoor events. Well, Secret Service will say to the president, we're not really comfortable with you doing outdoor events. And if the president says, well, I'm going to do them, well, then Secret Service figures out a way for him to do them. But when it comes to the moment, the president doesn't get to say, oh, I want to go that way or I want to go this way. Or no, they'll pick the president up. His feet will be off the floor. They'll drag him if they have to.
But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people.
You ever notice that the president gives, when he gives a really good answer, the really good answer that he gives is, we don't know what this is about. By this time tomorrow, we'll have some answers. And then 3 more people will ask him, could it be about this? Now, you came in and you said, any news about the American Gestapo? I told you we don't have a Gestapo, and then you said ICE. Well, let me ask you a question. Since Minneapolis, has ICE been in the news? The answer is no. Unfortunately, people want to complain about ICE. Don't do that. Unless you can tell me which country you're from that's perfect, shut the fuck up about America and our problems. Because what's really just grating and tiresome is, number one, I'm a dual citizen. I'm a dual citizen. I can live in any European country very easily. I choose to live in America. We gotta stop this fucking bullshit where America is plagued with everybody else around the world having a fucking opinion about, any news about the American Gestapo. Look, motherfuckers, we're not the people that had Gestapo. Some other countries in Europe. People gotta stop with the bullshit about jumping on America's ass. There's 30 European countries all around Ukraine. Why is the Ukraine war still going on? Why hasn't all of Europe jumped in that shit? But everyone wants to fucking just shit talk America. We need to start using our nukes. No, we don't. Nobody benefits from nuclear war. Nobody benefits from nuclear war. Besides, when you say we need to start using our nukes, spoken like a true, ignorant individual, our nukes aren't even the most... No, it wouldn't be a great thing. It'd be a stupid fucking thing. If we wanted to use anything, use fuel to air bombs. I mean, if you really want to get into it, we have nastier shit. I mean, if you're gonna be... Well, yeah, but I want to strap you to the nose of one of the nukes then. If we want to rid the world of filth, I gotta get rid of you first. What do you mean rid the world of filth? You're the filth because you think you get to decide who we rid the world of. See, the problem with mouthpieces like you is when you say it would rid the world of filth, you are the filth we need to rid the world of. You are the filth. And that's okay. Because most people, they like to come in, they like to pull down their pants, they like to show the chat their ass, and then once they get the spotlight turned on them, their little penises usually shrivel up, and they go away. Or they double down on stupid, and then they say something that I can just get the account banned for. The problem is, America is a filthy, dirty, immoral, criminal country because we turn around and we say from the very beginning, all men are created equal. except the Chinese, the Irish, the Portuguese, the Italians, the Greeks, and the Slavs. All men are created. Oh, and the slaves, the black men. They're not really people. They're 3/5 of a people. But all men are created equal. From the very beginning of our country, we've been a hypocrisy. Yet we have somebody that says we need to use our nukes to rid the world of filth. I think sometimes people forget some of these countries are thousands of years old. America as a country is an itty bitty tiny little baby of a country. We're a 250-year-old country that's not even 250 years old. We're about to be given credit for being a 250-year-old country this July. We're really 238 years old. Because we had an entire form of government that didn't work. We threw it out and we rewrote a new one. The problem is we have so much hate in this world. We don't need more hate. Yeah, there are war. Well, I don't. Yeah, that is true. That is true. So, this is the problem that we have with our commander-in-chief, though. Going all the way back to March 21st. March 21st, Iran has 48 hours to make a deal. Then they have 5 days. Then they have 10 days. Then they have 2 weeks. Then they have until Sunday. Then they'll call us at some point. I just canceled the trip of my representatives going to Islamabad to meet with the Iranians. Too much time has been wasted on traveling, too much work, besides which there's tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. Nobody knows who's in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards, they have none. If they want to talk, all they have to do is call. Dude, Iran may not have many cards, but you're not taking 13. You're not throwing Boston this hand. Iran's taken at least one. Iran can keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. So that means they have at least one. So I don't know why this guy keeps going on and on and on and on that we have the high ground. We don't. Sure, we can continue to do massive amounts of damage to their economy. We can go after their water processing plants. But this is what Iran has said in response. We will talk about opening the strait, but we will not discuss nuclear. There's a deal to open the Strait of Hormuz, but you have to stop your blockade and your current conflict against us, and we will talk about nuclear later. The U.S.-Israeli war with Iran has lasted nearly 2 months, testing the Trump administration's relationship with some of its allies. 6 people familiar with the damage told NBC News that runways, high-end radar systems, dozens of aircraft, warehouses, command headquarters, aircraft hangars, and satellite communications have been hit by Iranian forces. Yeah. Like, Iran has, what people aren't seeing is because we're not allowing all that news to come out. Yeah, who is Iran here? Who is speaking? Their supreme leader is speaking. Their government is speaking. Like, Donald Trump keeps saying they don't know who's in charge. Their Council of 88 clerics appointed a new supreme leader. They have a president. They have a supreme leader. There's no confusion in Iran who is leading Iran. There's no confusion at all. Yeah, when you run around and you kill their leadership and you say they have no idea who's in charge, but they do. So Iran sent people to Pakistan twice. And then they said, you know what? We're not negotiating. There are rumors about the supreme leader being in a coma, though. Sure, maybe. There's rumors about the supreme leader being horribly disfigured. Sure, maybe. Has he made a televised appearance? No, he's not. Can you demonstrate that the supreme leader is functional except written statements? No, do I have to? If it's good enough for them, it's their country, not mine. Here's the really important one. Did they go to the peace talks? No. Is the Strait of Hormuz open? No. Who's losing? The world is. See, the thing is, when I say who's losing, the world is. I didn't say Iran is winning, because they're not. Nobody's winning. The whole world is suffering because of this. Gas prices in America jumped by over $1 a gallon going into the summer months. That kind of sucks. That's a pinch. By the time the end of May comes along, gas will probably be up $2 a gallon. Because people drive more in the summer anyway. The thing is, what does it matter if the supreme leader is functional or not? Does it matter if he's up and about or if it's some underling? As long as that country is following the orders coming out with the stamp of the supreme leader, what does it matter? And the answer is it doesn't. Yeah, they still have the Council of 88 clerics. So even if the supreme leader they picked died, and maybe they're the ones issuing the written statements. But at the end of the day, the US can't claim mission complete. They can't declare victory because they can't get the Strait open. And as long as Iran can keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, they've got the world by the balls. And it does, and people are like, oh, well, it hurts Iran too. It hurts Iran too. Iran has only had two real trading partners because they've been under sanctions for like 47 years. China doesn't give a shit and Russia doesn't give a shit. So really, Donald Trump was like, we went and we wanted to dismantle their nuclear enrichment program. And two top people in American intelligence said they weren't enriching uranium since last year when we hit their enrichment facility. We had no credible evidence. One guy resigned. The head of counterterrorism said, I can't remain in my position. I'm resigning because everything he's saying is false. Now, there might be some agreements among the clerics, which is why there's a bit chaotic, but it also could be a strategy to prolong negotiations to get in a better position. You're right. You work in insulation, I can say our spray foam has gone up 15% due to the Iran conflict. Yeah? If spray foam goes up 15%, that's going to increase the cost of new home construction. Something that America, that we can't afford right now because we have to get more homes. But if homes go up by any amount, that prices some people out. Because remember, oh, well, it's only a little bit. Yeah, but if it's a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit here, because remember, the oil that we get around the world is used for different things, used for different oil, used for different lubricants, used for different polymers and plastics and synthetics. So all the resource shipments from Iran area that got out before the war started are running out next week. The real pain from this war starts mid-May. Well, for some places, the pain has already started. For America, the pain starts now, going into mid-May. For Europe, they're already starting to feel it. Didn't Pakistan just agree to allow pass-through trade to Iran now via land routes? I don't know. I do know that well, hold on. I know that they wouldn't have a problem with it. And I saw what you said, Astro. I know what you mean, but spray foam for house construction sounds so funny at face value, like duct tape. And hey, are you going up in price? Our home prices are skyrocketing because of it. Well, remember, not every, and that's where some people might be thinking, you're just thinking of the spray foam in a can for like around cutouts. Some insulation is nothing but spray foam. The whole house is spray foam. So in those areas where they do the whole house in sprayed foam, especially attics or walls, that increase, if the cost goes up by 15%, that can be 5 figures. Not everywhere uses bat insulation, fiberglass insulation. As of April 2026, Pakistan has not announced a land trade swap or Iran. Instead, there's a land transit trade route. So yes, land transit. They have created. So what's that going to do? That is going to, for those of you that aren't familiar with the world, Pakistan and Iran share a land border, and now Iran, see, Pakistan has been treated horribly by the United States for 25 years. So Pakistan is dealing with Iran. And, well, if you can't starve Iran economically, if they have somewhere to send their fuel, if they have somewhere to get money, it's really, really difficult to contain Iran. Really large country, which touches a lot of people. And unfortunately, they touch a lot of people that don't necessarily like us. It's kind of like, who gives a shit? Like, especially now with this president, you can't trust this president because this president might turn around tomorrow and change his mind again. His first couple of months in office, he kept everybody jumping from one foot to the next with these tariff deals. Nobody knew what to do to keep him happy. Which I don't know why people are worried about keeping him happy. Fuck him. As I said a couple of weeks ago, with the state the world is in right now, the rest of the world should just turn its back on America. Basically say to Donald Trump, well, you'll be out of office in 3 years. We'll deal with the next guy.
You're a disgrace.
President Donald Trump appeared on CBS News 60 Minutes after the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Correspondent Nora O'Donnell read him excerpts from the suspected gunman's reported writings. The excerpts did not mention Trump by name.
And he also wrote this: I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. You should be ashamed of yourself.
When were you totally exonerated? You've never been totally exonerated.
Reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I was
these are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace.
Like, okay, If it was anybody other than Donald Trump saying that to the 60 Minutes person, I would probably be agreeing with the person, but unfortunately it was Donald Trump. I agree that it's a disgrace. I don't support Donald Trump, but I support the office of the President of the United States. You don't read that shit to the office of the President of the United States unless you're damn sure your follow-up question. 1 second. Okay. You do not read shit like that about the President of the United States to the President of the United States unless you are 100% sure that your follow-up question is with more evidence, expose level evidence that's going to nail the president to the wall. It's like they think we got amnesia and forgot how they treated Biden. Well, yeah, and the big one is the big problem becomes just because you hate Donald Trump doesn't mean you disrespect the office of the President of the United States. And 60 Minutes and Dateline and NBC and all these places, they have to realize just because Donald Trump is a distasteful president doesn't mean you have the right to be this way. 1 second, this was my bank. Chase Bank constantly calls me and says, we have ways that we can help you make money. Yeah, well then stop fucking with me when I come in and try to take out money. But yeah, I think the whole problem is our country has turned its politics into Reds versus Blues, us versus them. Instead, it needs to be, we need to just say we're going to take care of kids. Because we got to get the ball going in a direction. And let's just pick kids. We're going to take care of kids. We're going to feed kids. Yeah, the $1 billion went through. We're going to feed kids. We're going to educate kids. We're going to start with kids. Because if we fix kids, we fix the future. And you know there's going to be that group of assholes that are like, well, I don't plan on having kids, so how does that help me? It doesn't. Well, then I don't want that done first. Too bad. But, like, we have to start somewhere. Everybody wants their thing fixed first.
You're a disgrace.
Everybody wants their one thing fixed right now. Well, we have to... we got to get some shit fixed so that we build on successes.
On this, the votes, the yeas are 46, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to.
We can't get anything passed in Congress right now.
On this, the votes, the yeas are 46, the nays are 51. The motion
46 and 51. That doesn't equal 100. We're the other fucking people. Can we please take away the right to abstain in voting? Look, you're either voting yes or voting no. No more abstaining. Let's start with eliminating corruption, waste, fraud, abuse that would by default fix so many other things. Okay, here's the problem. Which fraud would you like to address? Which waste would you like to fix? Because unfortunately, Elon Musk tried to do this, and Elon Musk starts reporting hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud, waste, and abuse. But The U.S. government, the matrix of corruption. Some of it, yeah. But here's the problem. Name a government type that doesn't have corruption. Other governments around the world, they at least acknowledge the corruption and they acknowledge it's the cost of doing business. Corruption will always exist. It will exist in every form of government because people are corrupt. People are inherently self-interested. So name a country that doesn't have corruption. Name a government system type that doesn't have corruption. You'll always have it because it's a human factor. It's a human characteristic. Until we get rid of the human factor, what we can do is try to limit it. But the problem becomes people don't want to limit it if they're benefiting from it. I want to get rid of all corruption. Do you? Because you benefit from it. Oh, that's right. Shit. Your company benefits from it. If we got rid of all corruption, your job would be eliminated because your job exists because of corruption. Your job exists because of somebody has a contract because of who they know, not what they know. Oh. Nepotism. People get a job because of who they are, not what they know. The TSA folks still aren't getting paid. They are getting paid. TSA got back paid all 44 days. TSA got paid the last couple of weeks. The problem that happens is TSA runs out of money. With the next paycheck, the $10 billion fund is empty. So if they don't, they need to vote. They need to vote to fund it soon, or going into the summer holidays, we're going to have problems. There was a famous comedian that said he's happy to pay for children's education even though he doesn't have kids because he doesn't like living with stupid people. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. But see, people don't believe that there's value in things that don't directly benefit them. And until people figure out that things that don't directly benefit you are good for you. I don't mind paying taxes for roads. Why? Because I understand that my deliveries to my small town, I live 25 minutes from civilization. We have 4 roads in and out of this town. I don't mind paying for roads. When it rains a lot here, we flood. And sometimes all 4 roads flood out. We can't go anywhere. When we can't go anywhere, it really sucks. I don't mind paying for roads. Some people say I don't drive a car, so I don't want I don't want to pay for roads. So how do you expect stuff to get to Target or Walmart or McDonald's? How do you expect people to get to work to go to the hospital when you need a doctor's appointment or the dentist office or the eye doctor? You need to pay for roads. Our ancestors figured out roads are convenient. The problem is we're paying more and more for education, but we keep getting dumber people. You're right. And that is because we, in the late 80s, early 90s, we took the cap off of federal student loans. We have stupid people going to school and then becoming teachers. And they're afraid to take a basic skills test because somehow basic skills tests are racist. Basic skills tests are an unnecessary obstacle to getting qualified teachers into the classroom. To which my response is, if they're qualified, the basic skills test isn't going to get in their way. You're talking about a basic skills test keeping a teacher out of a classroom. The basic skills test is at the 9th to 12th grade level. and you're getting a college degree that certifies you have, in effect, a grade 16 level, and you're afraid to take a 12th grade test, as I keep right here, because this whole thing is absurd. Oh no, it ran away. Where did I walk off with it? I walked off with it. Somewhere in this office is my file folder. I took my basic skills test. And it was easy as shit. If I were president tomorrow, what would your plan be to stop the killing in the Ukraine war in 12 months? Well, the problem is you've asked me an impossible question. Do you want me to stop the killing or stop the war? Because you can't do both. If you want to stop the war, if I want to stop the war, stop the killing, you can't. I would say to you, it is impossible to stop the killing, because the only way to stop the killing is to get Russia to go home. I could stop the killing tomorrow if Russia would go the fuck home. So the way I would stop the killing of Ukrainians is I would just give Ukraine 100,000 105 millimeter artillery shells, Switchblade drones, another Patriot weapons battery, and pretty much anything else they asked for. The reason why is because if they kill enough Russians, Russia will go home. You can't end a war by your goal being to stop the killing. The killing stops when the war is over. Russia has every right to take that land, although when you say that, people that don't know the law around the treaties get confused. Russia believes Ukraine is their home. You're right, they do. Because Ukraine violated the treaties that gave them their independence. The treaties that gave them their independence was that they won't try to join NATO. They won't try to join any other military alliance. And if they can't thrive in independence, they'll rejoin Russia. Go read all the terms of the treaty. Now, do I think that 2 generations later they should be bound to the same treaty? No. But the war won't stop unless you give in to Russian demands, so you can't stop the war otherwise. Hence, focus on stop killing. No, that's bullshit. Let me introduce you to being wrong. Russia's losing the war now. Russia is losing more soldiers than it can conscript. Russia is losing about 40,000 troops per month. Russia is only able to recruit about 32 to 34,000. The last several months, Russia has failed to recruit to replace up to full strength. That means Russia is going to be in a difficult position because Russia was hoping Donald Trump would do what Donald Trump did, and Russia was hoping Donald Trump would be able to convince Zelensky to surrender and give up the land that Russia held. Russia's like, fuck no. Donald Trump doing all this peace negotiation, and Zelensky's like, you can negotiate to your heart's content. I will not give up 1 square inch of Ukrainian land. In fact, when this is all said and done, I want Crimea back. And Putin is like, well, that'll be the day. And Zelensky's like, all right. And then immediately after that, bomb the shit out of Russia inside of Russia. Russia doesn't have the military strength to finish. Ukraine just has to keep not losing. The problem is, I agree Ukraine is holding good, but it'll take more years and much more death. It will. But see, you're trying to solve it by stopping the killing. A key critical component of war is killing. That's it. A key crucial part of war isn't dying for your country, it's making some other son of a bitch die for theirs. Why should it be the responsibility of POTUS to stop the Russia-Ukraine war? Okay, that's a great question, and I'll tell you why it should be the responsibility of the President of the United States to stop the Ukraine war. We were supposed to give Ukraine a bunch of military aid during President Trump's first term. We didn't. It's our fault that Russia was able to invade. Unfortunately, Donald Trump was mad that Ukraine wouldn't investigate the Bidens, Hunter Biden specifically. So he delayed military shipments, military aid that would have stopped Russia from being able to invade. That one is a war that we created. Also, remember, the United States made certain promises to Ukraine years and years and years ago. Now, is a promise that one president makes, does that bind the next president? I don't know. It's an interesting problem. Does the president only speak for himself for 4 years? Or does the president speak for the office of the president of the United States? If the office of the president of the United States makes an agreement, does every president thereafter have to honor it? Should they honor it? At least as long as the EU supports Ukraine military and financially, but how long will the EU send military hardware and money to Ukraine? Well, if the European Union stops sending money and military might to the Ukraine, then they're going to find out in 5 to 10 years when Russia does this again, it's the next war. No, the treaty was that we were supposed to sell them hardware. We just loaned another $90 billion to Ukraine. Right, but the problem is, what good is that? Giving them $90 billion is great, but what they need is bullets, blankets, bombs, Band-Aids, beans. They don't need money, they need stuff. What they need, right? Yeah, they need all the B's of logistics. The big problem we have is that nobody's afraid of the United States anymore. And after this abysmal performance in Iran, nobody should be afraid of the United States. This was blocked by Hungary for quite some time, was meant for purchasing weapons from the US, right? But now, right now, we don't have any weapons to sell them. And that goes back to the point where people dogpile on the United States all the time. But you'll notice when an individual European country wants to do something, it's usually fairly quick, right? It's usually fairly quick that an individual European country can do something. But when the EU has to do something, it takes for fucking ever. Why? Well, for the same reason that it takes the US for fucking ever. Because it's bureaucracy. And bureaucracy sucks. But it is what it is.
On this, the votes, the yeas are...
Let's see. Oh yeah, we'll play this one. I can't believe they actually passed this. This is ridiculous.
I'm the first one that just learned that a city is going to start taxing you if you use social media. I'm reading this right now, but Chicago just passed a tax that would tax users if they use TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook, and it's going to be 50 cents per user. Now, this is called the Social Media Amusement Act, and it went into effect January 1st, 2026. Any social media company with more than 100,000 users in Chicago has to pay 50 cents for every user above that threshold. This is wild. Chicago thinks they're going to get $31 million from this. Now, you might be asking me, Gavin, how does this affect me? Well, we know from tariffs and from most expenses that when a company incurs more costs, they pass it on to the users. So keep that in mind. Right now, TikTok, Google, and Meta are all suing the city of Chicago to try to reverse this. But this is a very interesting story that I will keep covering. So if you want to know everything taxes, join the fastest tax community on all of social media.
So I saw this and I was like, what the fuck? Illinois is like $100 billion in debt. What is the current Illinois state budget debt? We are currently 143 billion in debt. We're so fucking broke. And remember I said, now I know some of you don't like me, and I lose viewers because I say I'm really against unions. Yeah, it's that we sold our parking ticket income to a business in Saudi Arabia. It was fucking stupid. We sold all of our parking meters to a third-party company, lost billions of dollars. I say that I don't like unions. And the reason why I don't like unions is because unions were great when we had people losing fingers and hands and thumbs and feet and machines, when people were dying due to dehydration, when there wasn't adequate lighting or adequate ventilation, when their breaks weren't allowed to be taken. But we have OSHA for that shit now. And let me tell you, OSHA has an ungodly amount of power. OSHA is one of those magical enforcement agencies that they don't need to go to court to get a court order to shut you down. OSHA shuts you down, and you need to go to court to get a court order to start back up. Like, even in the military, OSHA has the authority to come on base if they have a registered complaint. And you're not allowed to fucking stonewall them. Because I've been told OSHA will just shut the fucking base down. Like, and they have that authority. They'll just be like, great, shut everything down then. OSHA showed up for something of mine once, and I was like, hi, Mr. OSHA inspector. OSHA inspector's like, we heard this. I said, yes, that was happening when I took over. If I can go get my safety binder, go ahead. What? Got my safety binder. This was happening when I first got here. As you'll notice, here's the correction, here's the steps, here's the plan. I've got 2 people not signed off on the new procedures. Both these people are deployed, da-da-da. Inspector walked around and said, okay. Said, thank you for being honest that yes, it was going on. This is the date you identified the deficiency. I see, and it was something stupid. We had a really weird shop layout where we had previously had bay walls, and they had taken out the bay walls, and we had a bunch of entryways to the bay floor. Well, they only had one sign at one of them that said eyeglasses required after this point. Well, I had the fabrication shop make up a sign for every archway that you could go onto the shop floor. And then the yellow and black thing on the floor for steel-toed boots. So I think unions are great in the past. Where I think unions are a pain in the ass now is for what Illinois has. Twitch banned you for saying Israel is the one behind the assassination and Iran war, but I like about in Kick they respect my political opinions. Well, I don't think Israel is behind the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, because why would they want to assassinate the guy that's helping them go to war? You're entitled to a political opinion, but can you at least have a political opinion that makes some logical sense? I mean, why would Israel try to assassinate Donald Trump? He went to war with them, and he brought 2 carrier strike groups. Actually, 3 carrier strike groups. Why would he be the one to try to assassinate No, the Khamenei guy. What? Okay. Are you talking about the supreme leader of Iran? They didn't assassinate him. They killed him. There's a difference. The logic is Trump isn't helping enough because he didn't put... Oh, yeah. As it stands, how do you predict Ukraine war continues for the rest of the Trump administration? The Ukraine war will continue for the rest of the Trump administration because Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground anywhere. Without boots on the ground, what Ukraine needs is it needs manpower. Its troops have been fighting nonstop for 4 years. Most of those guys have rotated off the front lines once. Let me say this. When you live in combat operations for a long period of time, it takes a drain on you. I fortunately never went through that. But I have lots of friends that did 18-month tours and they were fucked up because of it. And they weren't getting shot at every day, they were just getting shot at every week. But how is the Ukraine war going to continue for the rest of Trump's administration? Donald Trump has no vested interest in ending the Ukraine war. Donald Trump doesn't win any big points for ending the Ukraine war. It doesn't help his presidency by ending it. It doesn't hurt his presidency by it going on. Because it doesn't help him or hurt him, he has no motivation to deal with it. Now, why did he get involved in Iran? Because unfortunately, there's too many Jewish political action groups in America that if Donald Trump didn't support Israel and they're attacking Iran, then Israel would support Democratic Party members in the upcoming election, and then a Democratic president nominee in the next coming presidential election. So it's a shitty situation all the way around. Most OSHA violations can be resolved with $100 in common sense, but places will spend $10,000 in fines in courts to fight against OSHA and lose. Most OSHA violations can be resolved with common sense. Some of them can be quite costly to resolve, especially when it has to deal with Universal Building Code. Israel's greatest weapon is that their enemy are F-73. There are so many anti-Israel theories that don't make any sense. Israel's greatest weapon isn't that their enemies are F-73. Israel's greatest weapon is the United States. The United States jumped in to fight Iran for no reason. 2.5 months ago, the Strait of Hormuz was open. There wasn't an energy crisis on the planet. And now there was a moderate anti-American as the supreme leader. Now we have a very radical anti-American as the supreme leader. The issue is, if Israel had a military the size of America's, Israel would have brought peace to the Middle East already by killing everybody else. Israel really should be more grateful to America. Why? I'm gonna throw you a counter. Why? How could someone shoot Trump, though? I believe it was staged. Which one? The one before he was president? It's easy to shoot at somebody when you can get up on a roof. The same way Charlie Kirk was shot. Being up on a roof gives you an elevated position, gives you a very long, clear shot at somebody. Didn't America help them build their military, their nukes, and still supports them to this day? Yeah, and what? No, this newest attempt, he didn't shoot Trump. He got neutralized in an outer control area. Although he embarrassed the shit out of at least 4 Secret Service agents and 2 other law enforcement. There's going to be a clear review of people standing around jaw-jacking. That guy ran in through a door. There should have been 2 individuals stationed at that door. As soon as that door opened, they should have turned and collapsed on the doorway. Nobody should have been coming in that door. That's going to be addressed. One agent very well may have been shot, but he wasn't shot in the reception room. He was shot in that outer area. But yeah, just the one piece of video footage we saw earlier, the guy runs through 6 people. When you have a doorway, so you have a door. If the door opens this way, your 2 agents should be on that side of it. If the door opens that way, your 2 agents are on this side of it. As soon as that door gets touched, they step together, they block the doorway, nobody comes in. If the person has a pass, then you let them through, or this doorway is considered a wall, and it's not considered a doorway for the duration, and I don't give a shit if you have a pass or not. You're not using it as a doorway. This is a no throughput area. You go around to an ECP, an entry control point. America probably won't do it because it would be stupid, but if they pull support, wouldn't Israel be in serious trouble? No. Israel would not be in serious trouble. Israel would be in serious trouble now, right now, at this moment. But if Israel had 90 days notice, America was going to pull their support. Israel's military is stronger than the region around it. Remember, Israel has been ganged up on before by the region and has won. Also, why would America pull their support? The problem is, Israel shouldn't exist without the UN's protection because the UN created this mess. See, what we need to do is we need to stop blaming America and Israel, and what we need to do is we need to blame the United Nations. Because at the time, we had Palestine and we had Israel. And I have a video on this that breaks it down in more detail over on my YouTube channel. NATO doesn't do anything regarding this, because this is not the North Atlantic. NATO has nothing to do with the Middle East. So you had Palestine and you had Israel, and there's 4 criterias for statehood, and one of them is borders. And in order to be considered a state, you have to have undisputed borders. The problem is, how can Israel meet the criteria for undisputed borders and Palestine not? When Palestine is trying to get admitted to the UN as well, at the same time Israel is, and saying, wait a minute, you're letting Israel in saying they don't have disputed borders, but you're saying we do, but we're disputing Israel's borders. So if their borders are going to be considered absolute, then just give us the borders you're giving them and let us in. And the UN was like, no. Israel should have never been admitted to the UN, or Palestine should have been admitted as part of a 2-state solution. And Britain, for that matter, essentially washing its hands on the matter. Yep, and unfortunately, where we run into the really big problem is that everywhere the Palestinians have gone, Jordan, Lebanon, Yemen, Kuwait, Palestinians have caused, no, I'm not saying all the Palestinians, I'm saying everywhere they have gone, some Palestinians have caused trouble. So now no country really wants them. You'll notice that Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Oman, the UAE, Iraq, Iran, nobody has said, we'll take all 1.8 million surviving Palestinians into our country. Nobody has said that. we just have a terrible situation where there is a group of people that don't have a home. They elected a terrorist organization to be their leadership, and that didn't work out right. The clips that show the flag coming down and the Secret Service almost hold Trump in place with his fists up makes me think it could have been staged. You're talking about the one during his election campaign. No. The one during his election campaign where he holds his fist up couldn't have been staged. I don't think the people that died in the crowd were there to be staged. The USSR can be blamed too for supporting the creation of Israel. No. The UN gets blamed. You don't blame individual countries, you blame the United Nations. Why would you start blaming individual countries? Because then somebody else just goes, well, then blame every country that voted yes for Israel. We got to stop throwing blame around. Look, at the end of the day, the displaced Jews after World War II deserved a country. It's not like they could stay in Germany. The worst part is, more Jews in Poland were killed than in Germany. The only reason you can blame Britain is because it was their land post-collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Yeah. A father and fireman died in the shooting and 2 others were critically wounded. Yeah. What we have here, though, is this brings up the time-honored conversation of we're no longer in an imperialistic world. We no longer conquer land. We no longer fight wars to conquer land, but nobody ever told Russia that. Nobody told Israel that. We can't have a civilized society if people won't act civilized. It's like John Wick has a good line in it. High table duels. High table duels are a myth. Nope, they're a cold hard fact. Just stop our world from devolving into utter chaos and anarchy. China too. What's China doing? China, a couple of islands, Taiwan. Of course, if China had the ability to project air power through deep water carriers, China would probably take Taiwan, since Donald Trump probably wouldn't stand up to him. They have border disputes with India as well. Yeah. You think that it would be great if we had a United Nations type organization? Oh wait, it's useless.
I'm the first one that just learned that.
It's useless. Absolutely. Let's see. Why did I pull down this one?
You know Signal, the encrypted messaging app?
Oh yeah, Signal. If you use Signal, if you're not aware of this, you need to turn off your notifications for Signal or any other encrypted program. What they just had happen was individual had the pop-up notifications on their phone, so their Signal messages were coming in, and they removed Signal from their phone, but the notifications remained in their unencrypted cache on their phone. So the FBI was able to read the Signal messages. Giving countries veto power really cripples the organization when those countries want to expand. Yep. The simple thing you'd have to do with the UN is either, number one, if the vote is about you, you can't. If the vote is about you, you can't vote, even if you're on the Security Council. Or number two, a 90% vote in the General Assembly overrides a Security Council veto. If you did one of those two, I find no credibility or value in the conspiracy theories tied to the White House correspondent dinner incident. I mean, a shooter got through security and got neutralized. Not really a big conspiracy theory. People get through security checkpoints all the time. This shit happens on a routine basis. I mean, I want to remind people get mad about why we even have a TSA. The TSA finds over 6,000 loaded guns a year. And people are like, yeah, but what about all the ones they don't find? Motherfucker, I don't want 6,000 loaded handguns getting onto planes. I'm okay if they miss 14 in a year. That's a hell of a lot better than having 6,000.
The video captures a man making a decision he will regret for the rest of his life. Robert Anderson, 32, was preparing to cross the street when he saw a woman named Olivia Smith on the opposite side, her eyes glued to her phone. At the same time, a car sped towards her just seconds before a collision. Robert lunged forward and grabbed Olivia, pulling her to safety before the car struck. Surveillance camera footage clearly shows the car was inches away from her. It also shows Robert immediately letting go once she was safe. But what happened next shocked everyone. Instead of gratitude, Olivia filed a lawsuit accusing Robert of inappropriate behavior and invasion of her personal space. Olivia's lawyer argued that even in an emergency, Robert had no right to touch Olivia without her consent. Robert maintained that he simply acted on instinct and did not intentionally intrude on her personal space. He simply wanted to save someone. The footage seems to support his testimony, but the incident has sparked a nationwide debate, dividing public opinion on social media. Whose side are you on?
Here's the problem. This looks like a really convincing story. It looks like a really, really convincing story. It's completely AI slop. It's completely AI slop. But my problem with it is it's AI slop, but it brings up a really important question. These are the gray areas in the law. This is why we need ID verification on social media. You're right. This is why we need ID verification on social media. But it's also why we need a Good Samaritan law would cover this type of event anyway. Not necessarily. Good Samaritan law wouldn't necessarily cover you, and that's the problem. We don't have a singular Good Samaritan law. We have multiple Good Samaritan laws. Like, for example, Good Samaritan laws are, if you're an average, ordinary, everyday woman or everyday person who tries to save a person, they can't sue you. But if my wife and I try to save you, we're held to a higher standard because we're both, she's a former EMTB and paramedic and ICU tech, and I'm just lower level fucking field medic self-aid buddy care. But what's even worse is, if you're a Navy corpsman, you can't ever attempt to help people. Because Army combat medics come out as EMTBs. They pass National Registry. Air Force med techs come out and they've passed National Registry. Corpsmen, who of the three are the most trained, aren't nationally accredited. So they can't help because their skills exceed common first aid and they're practicing medicine without a license. Now, I know there was some talk of changing this years ago, but then I retired. If you're a health professional, you try to save someone, you are not covered by Good Samaritan Act, and that scares me. I would rather a health professional... That's exactly it. If you are a healthcare professional and you try to save someone, you are not covered by the Good Samaritan Act because you are not a good Samaritan. You are a healthcare professional. And you know what a lot of healthcare professionals say? If I'm on an airplane and they say, is there a doctor on board? They're just going to keep reading their novel because they're not in their clinic. They're not covered. They're not employed by the airline. Why would I risk my license? Because remember, but the problem is there's a couple of states whose Good Samaritan laws require you to act. It's like the superhero question. If you save someone who is trying to kill themselves, did you harm them by keeping them alive? Yeah. This is why a jury of your peers is important. I no longer have any faith in the idea of a jury of your peers. I no longer believe in the jury of your peers. Because I don't think, and I would say this, I would want a reading test to be given to the jury. If 54% of Americans read below the 6th grade level, I would want a literacy test. Why not an IQ test? Because IQ tests are irrelevant. I'd want a literacy test. 54% of Americans read at below the 6th grade level. My peers have to be able to read at the college level to be my peer. I know it sounds condescending, but how can you be my peer and see the world through my eyes if you can't read at the grade level I read at? Not trying to sound like a dickhead, but 54% of people read at the 6th grade level or below. So your high school education is all bullshit. I never believed in jury of my peers. If I'm a serial killer, then my peers are other serial killers. That you're not wrong. I mean, if you're a sociopath, remember, sociopaths don't care about human feelings. Psychopaths don't care about human life. Don't your lawyers choose your jury? Hopefully your lawyer can choose good people. Your lawyer does not choose your jury. Your lawyer has X number of uncontested removals for just, I want them gone, and then X number of excuses for cause. And when you have dumped your number of jurors, you're stuck with who's ever left. So, you don't get to say, I want 4, 5, 6, and 7. You get to say, I don't want 2 and I don't want 3. I think a jury of your peers is too lax of a statement. I do agree with you. If it's a healthcare professional helps someone, I think it's only fair that other health professionals be a jury of the peers. As far as a serial killer, that is not a profession, so I'm not sure a peer group would apply. I agree with you. And you are correct on this one too. Let's say you're on a flight between LAX and JFK. The door closes in LA and the flight takes off. What state rules would take effect in an airline medical emergency aboard the flight? Great question. And this is where we run into the issue of, I've been listed in police reports as the Good Samaritan who stopped. And what a pain in the ass that is. Like, getting phone call after phone call after phone call. I worked nights. I worked overnights. And I stopped. A guy had a seizure, drove through traffic, hit a light pole. Light pole came down. I went over and I helped. He was fucked up. I helped. I had my medical bag in the car. I helped until paramedics arrived. And then I was leaving. And the officer was like, well, I need to get some information from you. I said, I would rather not identify myself. I'd rather be on my way. And I left, but he got my license plate. So from my license plate, he figured out who I was. And this was back when we had hard lines. So he's calling my house. He's leaving messages on my machine while I'm at work. So I'm getting home every night at like 4:30 in the morning, and I'm leaving messages for him. Well, I'm dead to the world. I'm asleep. I don't hear the phone. I had one phone in my house. It was in the kitchen. So the one day, he comes over to the house. He's beating the shit out of my fucking front door. So I opened the door and I was like, what the fuck you want? I don't know who it is. I don't know that it's a cop. The fuck you want? He's like, are you so-and-so? Yeah, but I'm sleeping. What do you want? It's like, I need you to fill out some paperwork. I was like, talk to my lawyer. And I shut the door. And he got pissy. He's banging on my fucking door. I opened the door. I said, look, man, this is my lawyer's name. This is my lawyer's number. Call my lawyer. I'm not speaking to you. Called my lawyer and I said, yeah, you're going to be getting a call from a cop. It's like, what'd you do? I said, I didn't do nothing. I stopped. Good Samaritan. Guy had a seizure. He's like, what the fuck did I tell you about that shit? It's like, stop trying to be a hero. It's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the fucking ass. Because you save a life, great. If the guy dies and the family's looking for somebody, well, who was that good Samaritan that intervened? Oh, you mean the guy that tried to help before the paramedics got there? Fuck it. You know, I think right now my wife and I have decided on our common belief is that if it's a child, we might get involved, but we're going to hang back a few seconds to see if someone else is going to get involved. But if it's an adult, fuck them. We're not getting involved. The juice ain't worth the squeeze because there's no juice. Being a good... And see, that's what just beats the dog shit out of you as a good Samaritan. Like, you want to do the right thing. You want to do the right thing, but society beats you up if you do the right thing. Makes you vulnerable to a lawsuit. It's like, say, flip the coin the other way and you don't stop and you don't help. And they come up to you and say, why didn't you help? Help with what? Well, there was an emergency going on. Was there? You mean you didn't notice? No, I had no idea. I find it hard to believe that you didn't notice. I find it hard to believe you have somebody ready to testify to my state of mind. Oh, shit. But yeah, videos like this.
The video captures a man making a...
This is a great philosophy question for the classroom. Like, is it assault? Is it battery? Is it Good Samaritan? Should he just have let the car pancake the woman? Does he know for a fact the car is going to hit her? You should see the guy jumping in the water to save a guy drowning. Jumping in the water to save somebody drowning is always a risky proposition anyway. There's a reason why when you're a beach lifeguard, they teach you to wrap under the chin, and it's because when you dive in the water to save somebody, there's a reason why you grab them around this way. It's because if they are trying to pull you down, you just squeeze a little bit, you fucking choke them out, and then you grab them and you swim with them. Saving a drowning victim, they're likely to pull you both under. Fuck that shit. You've been involved in no less than half a dozen car accidents where I assisted until emergency personnel arrived. I was not built to worry about someone's reaction to my assistance. I'm not a healthcare professional, but a life is a life, and if it can be saved, I just go and think about it after. But we are built different, and I would not suggest people rush into harm. Right. The problem is, when I was single and my family didn't count on me, there was, it was a no-brainer. But now that my family counts on me to take care of them, I can't be in a position where I end up going to jail to take care of a stranger. That's that inherently selfish thing that I talk about. Like, yeah, I care about all human life, the sanctity of all human life, but if we didn't have stupid-ass bullshit laws, I would attempt to help. Like, you attempted to help and the person didn't make it. Cool. You can't be sued. Roger. But they can sue me? So I could lose everything I have because I tried to help? No thanks. There needs to be some standardization or law requiring that delineates AI from real content with violators receiving fines or something. Well, You are supposed to tag all your AI generated content that shows realistic scenes with the AI tag. I think that content creators should have to register online as content creators. And if they make knowingly false bullshit content, there should be ramifications of such. Absolutely. The philosophy question I'm most interested in: does society suffer too much from the woman winning this case? Who else is going to try to save strangers from certain death if they see this story? And you're right. That is the philosophical question. If the man gets sued and he loses, does that mean now we're going to have only parent to a little one here? No thank you on all that crap. People are slimy and usually best not to get involved. My daughter's security comes first. Yeah, but the problem is, do you know how to perform a tracheotomy with a pen? So the question becomes, and I get what you're saying, but at what point, like, if you're in a situation where your child needs help and you don't know how to do a trach with a ballpoint pen, then you're going to want the person who knows how to do a trach with a ballpoint pen to save your kid's life. Like, ambulance is 10 minutes out, your kid's in cyanosis. Right. And that's the thing, referencing helping others. You're a single parent. So your island, right? You got your sheet of paper. You got your coffee cup. Your island is your kid. You're not going to get off your island because your kid's on the island. And that makes perfect sense to me. But you would get off your island to help somebody else if your child's security was guaranteed. But then the inverse becomes, what if you need somebody on your island and everybody else has the opinion of, well, I don't want to get involved. See, that's where we've got the absolute terrible, we've never worked out the details of, well, how do we really want this society to play out? In my country, all drivers have to pass first aid courses, but yeah, I wouldn't help. I don't know enough to risk fucking up a person forever after an accident. Yeah, like, one of my core beliefs is that people should take first aid in high school. I believe everybody should take first aid, CPR, and AED in high school. But that's only good for about 2 years until they forget it all. Has there ever been a physician that has lost a lawsuit for actions covered by the Good Samaritan Act? I think there has been, actually. I think there's a couple of fringe cases. I think they, as I pull up, I'm trying to look for the example. No, not Van Horn, because that didn't involve a doctor. So you have Van Horn versus Watson. It's a 2008 case. Woman crashed her car into a pole. Another person pulled her out of the vehicle, and the movement caused the spinal injuries. What you have in 2004 was and it's a bad situation. Colby versus Swartz, a 2004 case. Dr. Colby was at home. She gave advice over the phone instead of coming to the hospital. They said that she was protected because she did not come to the hospital. She was not considered to be the attending physician. Because she was not the attending physician, she was considered to be a good Samaritan. Now, I don't know if I necessarily get down with that, but they said because she didn't arrive, she was just giving colleague advice, so the Good Samaritan law applied. Well, I think that's a little bit different because you work there. But no, that doesn't look like there's a good example of a doctor losing that way. Couldn't we design a symbol someone could wear that would absolve someone from being sued if they tried to save their life? We could, but like everything else in the world, if we designed a civilian Red Cross, people would start wearing it to do nefarious things. If a Good Samaritan removes another from an accident, they thought their life was at risk, but if they stayed with it, yeah, exactly. You move me out of my vehicle, you end up severing my spine. Later on, it's determined there was no reason to take me out of my vehicle. Had they taken me out in a neck brace, a C-board, I would have been fine. Well then, yeah, I'm suing you. And you're gonna say, why are you suing me? I acted as a Good Samaritan. No, you acted self-interestedly. That's why you call emergency services and follow the instructions on the phone. And unfortunately, we're at the point where I choose to not get involved at all. Like, sorry, the
video captures a man.
There's too much to lose. I'm gonna talk about this one. This person says they don't think parents should have access to grades.
I'm going to say something very bold. I don't think parents should have access to grades online. And I'll tell you why. Because I was a 7th grade English teacher for 12 years, and I witnessed the change from no kid having a phone to 95%, from no tech in the classroom other than a laptop cart to one-to-ones. And the first change I noticed when we started putting grades online, 2 things. 1, my students stopped coming to talk to me, stopped asking, why did I get this grade? What do I need to do to improve? Can I make up the vocab test? And instead, we were told to tell them, go check the portal. So that immediately triangulated the relationship building process. And the second thing that happened was that I started getting a lot more emails from parents. Why did my kid get this grade? How come she can't make it up? When are you going to grade that essay? Which drove me to my computer away from my students. Look, I'm a parent too. We have a lot of work to do as parents to roll back our own anxiety, to trust processes and systems that will keep our kids safe. And part of that is we can know less and still be good parents. And so I don't know if that's a popular view, but that's where I am at this point. Too much information isn't better, as we are witnessing in many ways.
I absolutely agree with this, and here's why. I saw what you said. You think as parents should have the right to know how their kid is doing in school. Great. You want to know what the answer to that is? Talk to your fucking kid. As a former teacher, you want to know how your kid is doing in class? Talk to your fucking kid. Every single piece of work that gets graded gets sent home with the kid. Make your kid give you all their graded work, because all that fucking computer bullshit eats up my time as a teacher, which means I don't have time to spend teaching. Look, as a teacher, on Friday, every Friday, if every kid in my class, now keep in mind, I had 7 preps, 30 kids, although some of them were the same because I taught like spelling and literature and religion, but 7 preps, 30 kids, 210, If on a Friday, any of the 210 entries wasn't a C or better, then I initiated contact with the parents. But this bullshit where parents are contacting me like, well, when are you going to finish grading their papers? Parents didn't like it when I'd respond with, I'm sorry, I have 60 5-page papers to read. They will be done when I'm done with it. And a lot of them got that email back and they went to my principal. My principal was like, well, what's taking you so long? How long do you think it takes me to read a 5-page paper? Principal's like, I don't know, 10 minutes? Yeah, cool. That's 600 minutes. That's 10 fucking hours. You give me one 45-minute planning period. If you can't figure out, I'm doing this shit on my own time at home. The papers are due on Tuesday. They're probably not going to get handed back until the following week because I need the damn weekend to read the papers. Or do you want me to pencil whip the grades? Where we've disconnected it here is kids need to talk to the teacher because it's the kid who needs the education. Learning how to talk to adults and authority figures is part of the education process. I would routinely tell parents, have your child talk to me. Have your child speak to me. One of the things that pissed off parents to no end. When I met with the parents at the beginning of the year, there's a big, bold, all caps, underlined, fucking arrows everywhere. I do not take random meetings with parents. All meetings must be scheduled. Fucking big, bold, fucking the bottom of the fucking signature page. Inevitably, I'd have a parent show up. Mr. J, there's a parent here to see you? No, there's not. I don't have anything on my calendar for today. Well, they were wondering if you have a minute. I do not. Have them make an appointment. When are you available? Tomorrow. This time tomorrow, I'll be available. Why aren't you available now? Because I'm not. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. Because I'm not. Because the parents sometimes have to be the one that learns the lesson. And that lesson is you don't dictate terms everywhere you go. What are you doing right now? Grading quizzes. Why can't you meet with the parent? Because if I meet with the parent right now, I won't have the quizzes graded for tomorrow. I won't be able to give back the work. If I knew that I had a parent meeting, I would have shuffled shit around. The loss of respect for teachers is one of the worst things about modern culture. Parents in the past would never dare to do the shit they do to these days because teacher was respected profession just like doctor. Yes. Teachers used to be a respected profession. And we wonder why America is slipping and slipping and slipping and slipping. And America is slipping because, yeah, spare the kids, spank the parents. Some of the moms would be just coming to school and dropping their panties then. The problem we have is that we don't set standards because if a teacher sets too high of a standard, the administration kneecaps the teacher. For example, I've seen school districts say, we want every kid to get a 75% or better on every section of their standardized test. And I've raised my hand in the meeting. I said, you meant to say we want every kid to get 100% or better, right? And the principal will be like, no, we're really aiming for them all to get to 75. I said, yeah, you're wrong. Here's why. If you aim for 75, then what you're going to have is you're going to have an awful lot of kids that miss right below 75. You're going to have a lot of data there. But if you aim for 100 when the kids barely miss, they're going to miss in the 80s and 90s. You could have the same group of kids, the exact same group of kids, and if you set the standard to 50%, that same exact group of kids that's already capable of hovering right around the 75% line, if you set their standard to 50%, it'll look like this. The same group of kids that if you told them the goal is 75, the ones that miss will miss with a 73. If you tell them the goal is 50, they'll miss with a 47. So make the fucking goal 100%. They'll miss with an 88. Their best is now, right, 13 points higher than the goal you wanted. We've got to challenge people. We've got to put boot to ass, and we have got to say, boot to ass. You got to do better.
I'm going to say something.
We got to do better. I don't remember what this one is.
5 things to add to your streams that you're.
Oh, nope. That one's not for. That one's for me.
Have you agreed with the president that you're going to lower interest rates?
So this was an interesting one. You're asking the president's nomination for chairman of the Fed if he's already agreed with the president to lower interest rates.
Senator, I'm glad you framed it that way. The president never asked me to predetermine, commit, fix, decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor would I ever agree to do so. Senator.
He won't lower interest rates just because Trump pressures him. Does anybody actually believe that? Does anybody actually believe it? You've seen that in the working world. A company's target was 80% of an already slow production rate, and then wondering why everyone was only doing 80% and nothing was getting finished. Right. But sometimes you have to understand the inverse of that is true as well. I got in trouble once, quite a bit of trouble, because I wasn't making a mockery of DUIs. I was making a mockery of all like the dog and pony show of around my base over the DUI that we'd gotten. And I said to my boss, unfortunately I said it publicly, I said, we're making an awfully big deal over another DUI out of a population of 3,000 people. And my boss was pissed. And so my boss kicked me out of officer call and basically sent me to his office. As I'm sitting there, I have my phone out and I'm jotting down statistics. And I'm jotting down DUIs, sexual assaults, shoplifting, murders, car accidents for towns the size of 3,000 people all across the country. It's because I knew my boss was going to come back and chew my ass. So I'm writing down these towns in the previous couple of years, and town of, 2,700 people out in New Mexico, town of 3,300 people in Colorado, writing down these numbers. My boss comes back and he pulls me in his office. He's fucking yelling at me. He's like, I don't know what sort of smart ass shit you're talking about. I said, sir, I'm a social scientist. I said, you're getting mad because we've had 26 DUIs on a base of 3,000 people in a year. He's like, yeah, it's unacceptable. I said, sir, there's a town of 2,700 people in the middle of nowhere, New Mexico, that's had 105 DUIs. They have more than 2 a week. I said, we've had 26. We've had less than 1 every other week. I said, you're never going to get everything down to 0. The military is still made up of people. I said, it's going to be that way. You can't, you could brief until the cows come home. You're going to have sexual assaults in the military. You're going to have DUIs. You're going to have thefts. You're going to have fights. You're going to have all this shit. I gave him the notepad. I said, I can put this all together in a formal structure, but those are just a couple of towns. Our population size, double or triple our DUIs, double or triple our assaults. So, yeah, we're over 3 standard deviation better, and you're complaining, right? You believe he won't raise the interest rates or hasn't been asked to as much as RFK when he says he's not an anti-vax. So I agree with you there. Couldn't we teach kids a basic level of knowledge, but also focus on what the student is good at and teach them that? Example, a student is not good at math, so we help them learn the basics to survive in the world, but focus on what they are good at, like English or history. Yes. Yes. We do not need... There is a wonderful thing in education called the Montessori method. And the Montessori method focuses on the child, the student, and their aptitude level, not their age level. So you might have a 13-year-old who's doing high school chemistry. They might be doing 11th grade chemistry. So you're going to take your student is 13 years old. That is a really big number. Your student is 13 years old. So they're in 7th grade. But they're in 11th grade science, right? They're in 12th grade reading. They're in 6th grade math. And then they're in 7th grade social studies. And that is a much better system because then you're targeting their academic level. Now, when they do art, unless they're a prodigy at art, they should be taking art with the other 12 to 14-year-olds. When they're doing like music, unless they're a prodigy, they should be doing music with the other 12 and 14 to 14-year-olds. You group them with electives by age unless they're a savant, because you don't want to hold the savant back. But you want to have them have time with their age range peers so that they develop interpersonal relationships. But you want to academically put them in the classes that challenge them academically. Absolutely. Absolutely, that's what you should be doing. More kids need to be left behind in grades as well. I don't think it's good to let kids go up a grade who isn't ready. Yes. This right here. How do you have 54% of the country reads at the 6th grade level? That means 54% of your college-bound students read at the 6th grade level. 65%, give or take, of any graduating class heads to college, but 54% of them read at the 6th grade level. So 12% of the kids you're sending to college read at the 6th grade level. How the fuck are they going to be successful in college? Not that you do a lot of round robin reading in college, but you can always tell the people that are deficient in reading, because you do some reading in like literature. You read plays and some stuff. You can always tell those people that struggle, and you're like, come on, man, just follow the little bouncing ball, follow your finger, and they can barely fucking read, and you're like, Jesus, I don't want to ever be partnered up with this person.
Have you agreed with...
No, he hasn't agreed. I don't believe him, but he says he hasn't. He says that he says that he hasn't. Why did I pull you down?
One of the best ways to describe what autism really is describing how the autistic brain differs from the neurotypical brain. So when you're born as a baby, you have all these, neurons in your brain, and they're all connected with these synapses. And as you get older, something called synaptic pruning happens, okay? You learn how to walk, so the neurons that have to do with walking, they get stronger, and the stuff around it kind of gets pruned off, because if you want to get from point A to point B, it's a lot easier to just go like, zoom these two neurons, then like go like bum 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 bum. Okay, so that's where the pruning happens, and that's why Like, that's why it's easier to learn languages when you're younger, because you don't have that synaptic pruning. You are able to strengthen other things. Okay.
You would think that someone who's trying to talk about synaptic pruning would have written out their script, but we'll let her cook for a little while longer.
Okay. In autistic brains, synaptic pruning is a little bit different than neurotypical brains. So there's some areas of our brain that there's too much synaptic pruning, that's a hard word, and then there's some parts of your brain that there's not enough synaptic pruning. And I feel like that fully describes, not fully, but like it describes what autism is, this feeling of like, oh my gosh, like I don't get to point A from point B in a straight line. I go like, I zigzag. Like, that's how my thoughts work. And I feel like whenever I approach a problem, I'm approaching it like from a million different angles, and I have a million different thoughts kind of shooting out at once. I don't have like a linear set path. And that's just like my...
Okay, so as a person with autism, I would like to say that I disavow that individual's speech on what autism is. First of all, if you're not familiar with neurodivergence is it's about as complicated as the Grand Canyon. You can explain the Grand Canyon really simply. It's a big hole in the ground. Or you can start explaining it as, well, over the course of millions of years, water running in the same place carved this beautiful canyon and the awesome power of running water. You can be as simplistic with it or as complicated with it as you want. Autism isn't a single thing. We did everybody a really big disservice in the DSM-5 because we really hate Nazis. So we got rid of Asperger's syndrome. We shouldn't have, because we took people with Asperger's syndrome, we put them into the ASD, the autism spectrum disorder, and we really disrupted autism. People with Asperger's syndrome tend to be smarter than neurotypicals. We're just odd fucking ducks. Like, we don't pick up on subtle social cues. We don't pick up on eye contact, tone of voice, facial expressions, like flirting. Flirting's a big one. People need to stop trying to say autism is one thing. Autism is like 9 things. You can be a perfectly social person, but your autism is flapping. It's repetitive movement, repetitive action. Yeah, it's a spectrum. But what it is, it's a spectrum of school, work, communication, home life. It's like there's a lot of things, and where we run into a problem, we'll say, well, you're not really that autistic. Well, what the fuck does that mean? Autism, as I've said to people, somewhere in recent years, the new vogue is people self-diagnosing themselves as autistic. If you hear somebody ever say, yeah, I self-diagnosed myself with autism, stop and say, you really need to see a mental health care provider or your primary care physician to get a formal diagnosis, because autism presents like 10 things, and 10 things present like autism. One factor of autism is OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. My daughter was diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder when she was like 12. Turns out she doesn't have OCD. She's autistic. It's fucking surprise, right? The thing is that she was diagnosed with OCD because the rest of the autistic features weren't tested for or prevalent. But so they tagged her with OCD. OCD, some of it exists inside autism. For example, you really want to trigger the shit out of my kid? Put the radio in the car on an odd number. Put the temperature control on an odd number. Make the temperature in the house an odd number. She'll lose her shit. So put the music on 7. She will literally say, could you please put that on an even number? It must be even. So I usually listen to my music in the car on 7. It's the right number for me. And she'll say, can you put that on 6 or 8? Sure. I really hate how being non-neurotypical is still used against people. I would be scared to get my child diagnosed in case they would be disadvantaged in life. Well, here's the thing. I didn't know that I was autistic until I was 40. I had a previous diagnosis of antisocial. It's why in the military, they left me the fuck alone, because it was, he plays fine with others, he just prefers not to. You give me a clipboard and a task, I'll fucking get it done. You need me to take people around the base and give them a tour, I'll do it, I'd just rather not. It's like my boss once called me in because I was senior. My boss said, you can either plan for the tour or you can go inventory like 700 things. Give me the inventory sheet. And my boss was like, well, the tour is going to be easier. Uh-huh. About 4 hours later, all 700 items present and accounted for, inventory sheet signed off. I'm like, here you go. My boss is like, holy shit. I was like, yeah, see? Items don't talk back. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm getting disenfranchised with our world, though. I saw what somebody said. You would be, if 40% of America has anxiety or depression, that doesn't mean 40% of America has anxiety or depression. It means there's something fucked up with America. If 40% of your population has anxiety or depression, then you're almost making it so it's normal to have anxiety or depression. Well, once you're at 51% of the population has anxiety or depression, then it's abnormal to not have anxiety and depression. And then that's what we have to focus on. That becomes what we have to work towards. How do we fix that? Because that then becomes the problem. But we have these people, and like I said, I'm not against people getting diagnosed, because it would be great if we could figure out what's causing all the autism. But if you have more and more people self-diagnosing as autistic, that's not good, because it draws resources away from the people who actually need them and actually went through what is often a very painful and embarrassing process to get the diagnosis, to get the label. Getting your label is not an easy task. It is 8 hours or more of intense psychological testing. It's better if they can do it the long way and diagnose you over the series of 8 visits for an hour. Well, a couple of those have to be 90 minutes because you have to be afforded the time to do some of the standardized tests. Yeah, you cringe when you see those TikTok girls with 50 undiagnosed mental disorders in their bio. I think you're at a greater disadvantage not knowing. Yeah. Come on, Bunny says, I'm not autistic, but I have to put all the pens on a cup pointing in the same direction or I cannot stop thinking about it. Yep. The average person was not meant to know and care about all the issues of the world while handling personal struggles. We are literally suffering from knowledge of events being too widespread and easily accessible. Yep, which is why I tell people to do the coffee cup and the piece of paper theory. So you can do this at home. I recommend that you do it often. Take a sheet of paper, and you need a coffee cup. Now, you want to generally have a smaller coffee cup, but I drink an obscene amount of coffee. So what you do is you take your cup of coffee and you sheet of paper. And so on your sheet of paper, you take that sheet of paper and you start writing every single thing that you're worried about in life. And what you do is you draw the circle the size of the cup of coffee. And then after you write all the things in life that you care about on the sheet of paper, you copy over all the ones that are totally inside of your control. Inside of your circle. Those are the ones you care about. Those are the ones you concern yourself with. Those are the ones that keep you up at night. Like, yes, I am worried about children not having enough to eat in Palestine. It does not keep me up at night. Yes, I am worried about the astronauts going around the moon. No, it does not keep me up at night. Why? Because I don't work at NASA. I don't work at UNICEF. If I worked at UNICEF, getting food into Gaza might be keeping me up at night. But Salty Bread is correct. People were not meant to know about all the issues of the world. If we were meant to know about all the issues of the world, we would be like Cyberpunk, or Shadowrun. We would all have cranial decks in our head so we could access the internet with a thought. A relative of mine, like a couple of decades ago, got diagnosed with depression and wasn't allowed to legally look after her own grandkids. Sad how getting treated makes you look worse to society. If you were in America, I would say there have to be more to that story. But since you're not in America, I definitely agree there. I've been in some countries that have really backwards views on mental health. But at the same time, as recently as 10 years ago in the military, we were still treating people who were attempting to get their mental health conditions treated. Going to get your mental health disorder treated could result in the loss of security clearance. Being on certain mental health drugs could reduce your security clearance or remove it altogether. You are 56. You have a lot of antisocial behaviors and some nuance that people find strange. But the fact of the matter is, I realized long ago I was different. I did not need a diagnosis. I learned to mimic successful people and dove deep into my art. Believe it or not, the only diagnosis I ever got was dyslexia. With that said, no one should have to do that. And no, I've still not gotten a diagnosis for anything because I'm good with who I am and how I am. Well, yeah, but the trick is this. You're 56 years old. And the answer for you is this. What is getting a diagnosis now going to do for you? You're 56 years old. It's not going to, nothing. Now, for me, if I had known when I was younger that I was autistic, I would have chosen not to have children. But I didn't know. I had a friend who she knew she was schizophrenic. She decided she was never having kids because she didn't want to pass schizophrenia off to a child. I thought that was a very, very amazing decision to make. I thought that was a very hard decision for somebody to make, but a very, very amazing decision to make. She said, I don't want to roll the dice and risk afflicting a child with schizophrenia. I would say that's a really responsible thing to do. I think where we've gone sideways is that we don't take care of people. And we need to go back to taking care of people. Life sucks for everybody. But we're not, like, we don't have political candidates coming out and sharing this, right? Where is the good ideas? Like, if you don't like my yellow column, tell me what you don't like about it. But I would challenge any member of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party and say to them, look at my yellow column. Tell me what's not a fair compromise middle ground. Like the LGBTQ one. I'm so fucking tired of hearing about it. It's fucking noise at this point. Look, what is it you want? The Republicans want to have an emphasis on religion and family values. The Democrats want to have support for LGBTQ plus rights. All I want is that stop caring about people's relationships as long as both partners are 1, of the age of consent, and 2, consenting. That's it. That's all I fucking care about. Like, honest to God, I'm not trying to make a mockery of it, but if you want to identify as a fucking toaster and your partner wants to identify as bread, as long as you both are fucking of the age of consent, I don't care what you want to identify as. Now, if you want to identify as an inanimate object, please forgive me if I want to have some conversation. Why are you identifying as an inanimate object? But even normal middle of the road are like, yeah, they need to be talked to. You recently banned step-sibling porn. We're not in the yellow column by most metrics. I don't know why people would ban step-sibling porn. Just to be straight and honest with it, you're not biologically related. As long as you're both over the age of 18. But nothing in the yellow column should be crazy to anybody. Like, the Republicans want to push for school choice and parental control over curriculum. Can we be honest for a second? Why are we worried about giving parents control over the curriculum if I told you that 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level? Even if this country was 50-50, that would mean 4% of the Republican Party reads at the 6th grade level or lower. The Democratic Party supports public education, student loan relief, and inclusive curricula. Can I say I'm tired of this phrase, fucking inclusive curricula? Like, I was old enough to watch that Morgan Freeman interview with Mike Wallace, where he says, I don't want Black History Month. Black history is American history. My school didn't really focus on Black history. We had no Black students. We were an Irish Catholic parish with no Black students. We didn't do Black History Month. Why? Because we talked about important Black leaders or important Black contributors when the time of their importance was there. We didn't segregate their importance to a single month. Like, look, I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of the sideways racism. I'm tired of the reverse racism. I'm tired of the backwards racism. Can we fucking stop? Can we just, like, you're a person, I'm a person. We're gonna treat each other like people. Like, inclusive curricula. Well, we need to teach critical race theory. No, the fuck we don't. We can teach that shit at college. No, we're gonna teach at the grade school, reading, writing, and arithmetic. I know this is gonna sound like a fucking completely, off the wall fucking idea. We're gonna make sure that kids can read, write, do math, and be ready to be adults at 18. I'm cool with capping student interest loans at 15%. Yeah, reverse racism is fucking racism. And what sickens me is this. What sickens me about reverse racism What sickens me about reverse racism is it's not helping anybody. It's not helping anybody. It's just keeping us divided. Like, a poor white family has more in common with a poor black family than they do with a rich white family. So what the fuck are we arguing about? What are we fighting about? Why are we turning everything all the time into race wars? We gotta stop that shit. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna stop that? We're gonna stop fucking talking about it. We're gonna say, look, you're poor, I'm poor. Let's figure out a way to make our neighborhood nicer. Remember when people actually gave a shit? People don't give a shit anymore. Somehow collectively this country decided to stop giving a shit.
What are the best ways to describe?
At some point, we got to stop talking about racism because it comes to a point where we just cycle back and it never goes away. Yes. 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 Got to ask the question, why haven't I ever dated a black woman? Because there weren't a lot of black women in my social circle. Was never an option. By the time I was anywhere near where there were black women around, I was married. I saw a video of a black woman being shocked that she got fined and has to defend in court because she said racist comments against white people in my country. Like, yeah, that is what the laws are for, to protect people from all bigotry. Yeah. It's what they're for. Racism is racism. Reverse racism is propagating the separation of people. Too many people want to hold on to the anger instead of looking for a more unified feature. Right, because at the end of the day, the way it works is bitching about the problem is easier than fixing the problem. Bitching about the problem doesn't require anybody to roll up their sleeves and dig in and fix it. Bitching about the problem is the easy part. Bitching is the easy part. I'm going to let this one play while I take a quick break.
Just explain the computer login issue. Your lawsuit contends that you were not able to log into the system. What did you think after you were unable to log into the system? Did you communicate with anyone that you thought you were fired after you were unable to log into the system?
The problem with you and your report, don't cut me off. You asked the question.
Straightforward question.
The problem with you and your baseless reporting is that is an absolute lie. It was never said. It never happened. And I will serve in this administration as long as the president and the attorney general want me to do so. And every time you guys report false lies, every time you guys raise baseless questions, when we are here to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center's $3 million decade-long scheme to fraudulently fleece Americans, you are off topic.
It's a simple, straightforward question. Did you talk to anybody about whether you thought
the
you were
simple
fired?
answer to your question is you are lying, and every time you do so, I've answered your question. It's simply as follows. I was never locked out of my systems. Anybody who says
your lawsuit says the opposite. Your lawsuit contends.
anyone that says the opposite is lying.
The lawsuit
Thank you.
that you filed says that
Look,
directly.
man, stop. You're being extraordinarily rude. And I know maybe that's part of your profession, but please just stop. If you ask a question, he can answer it. And then, wait, now you're interrupting me. Like, just a little bit of respect, man. Just a tiny little bit.
See, this is what's happened to our country. This is what that is an example right there of what has happened to America. Journalists think that they have the right to just keep interrupting. You ask the question, let him answer it. Now, if his lawsuit says something, you have his lawsuit. Pretty sure directors of the FBI aren't IT guys who get fired with an email and insta get locked out of the system. Well, in the government, depending, yes, you could be locked out of your system. In fact, at the director level, if the president has decided you're fired, you are going to be locked out. Yeah, at his level, you would be locked out. But the thing is he wouldn't find out at his desk. He wouldn't even get into the building because his access badge would be locked out. When he tries to get in anywhere, it would say detain or deny, blah, blah, blah. But what the thing is, yeah, key fob would be locked out. If he tries to come in a side door, he'd have to go in the front door. He tried to come in the front door, they would say, because everybody has to swipe. There's no visual recognition. Because they don't know. Even though it's like, who are you? I'm the director of the FBI. Well, it's fucking great. Swipe your card. But that example is what we have. Hi, buddies. All the buddies are in here. Why? It's you ask the question, let him answer it. And then if it's in his lawsuit where he said something and he contradicted, then let him answer it, report on what he answered, and then slam him in the story. It's not disrespectful to answer a question and interrupt if the person isn't answering the question as asked. Well, no, it is disrespectful to interrupt me. Let me stop you. It's disrespectful to interrupt. And he is answering the question. It's always disrespectful to interrupt. Where it's not disrespectful is if I ask you a question, if it's raining and you start yapping about your breakfast, I'm going to cut you off because I don't care about your breakfast. Is it raining? But you're in a different scenario then. If I'm sitting at the head of the table and this is my company, it's not disrespectful for me to cut you off because it's my company and you're not giving me the information that I need because I don't give a fuck about your breakfast. I give a shit about if it's raining, and your job is to tell me if it's raining. But in this regard, you asked him a question, and he's attempting to answer the question you asked. Now, granted, he's like, you're lying. Well, of course, the reporter is going to get his heckles up, but these reporters know they're lying. These reporters know they're bullshitting. A reporter wanted a yes or no answer, but he tried explaining his question as pure bullshit, but he was making it, yeah. So,
Just explain the computer login issue. Your lawsuit contends that you were not able to log into the system. What did you think after you were unable to log into the system? Did you communicate with anyone that you thought you were fired after you were unable to log into the system?
The problem with you and your report, don't cut me off.
See, the problem with you and your reporting, he goes on the defensive. It's a loaded question. Answering it directly would imply he thought he was fired. Right.
Ask the question.
Straightforward question.
The problem with you and your baseless reporting is that is an absolute lie. It was never said. It never happened. And I will serve in this administration as long as the president and the attorney general want me to do so. And every time you guys report false lies, as opposed to true lies, which was a good movie. Every time you guys raise baseless questions, when we are here to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center's $3 million decade-long scheme to fraudulently fleece.
See, and this is what I have a problem with is the reporter is talking now, and the director of the FBI is now trying desperately to pivot it back to the topic at hand. This is the other. Yeah, it was a question about a topic unrelated to the press conference. See, this is where I've said, if I was the president, my press secretary would lay down very strict rules with the press corps. The only people who can ask unrelated questions, the only person you can ask unrelated questions to is the press secretary during the times of the day where it's just the general question time. If we're there to talk about the invasion of the plague doctors, if you say, and we heard today that President Jalan had a banana split. Next question. You're not going to answer my question? No, because it's not related to the invasion of the plague doctors. Next question. And then after that, I'm going to walk up, the press secretary is going to walk up to you and going to say, I need your press credentials. Why? because you broke the rules. Well, you're denying freedom of the press. No, I'm not. You were given a set of rules. If on the agenda it says the 12:45 briefing is about the invasion of the plague doctors, and you are lucky enough to be chosen to ask a question, ask a fucking question about the topic. Later on this afternoon at 3:30, I'm going to do the what do you guys want to know about? But we've lost the narrative even in how our media behaves. We've lost the narrative. Yeah, he tried a stump a chump. He tried a gotcha and he didn't get you. Where we run into a big problem is loaded questions are dangerous, but we don't even teach people how to properly like when you see me blow up at people, that's all carefully scripted. Yeah, it's for entertainment value. It's for shock and awe value. It's the rage segment of the Jalan show. And you notice that they're falling off because I'm just too sick and I'm too tired to provide that at the moment. The truth is, when people say fool ass shit, like the guy earlier who came in saying fool ass shit, I mean, I just said to him, "You're the problem." And he shut up because he got called out, put on center stage. It would get rid of the filth. Yep. And you're the filth. The moment you equate any human life to be filth, you are in fact filth. Period. That's it. I don't know why people are like that. I don't know why people behave, but it's because there's never any find out. Our society, our gene pool needs an awful lot of bleach. Our society needs a very large enema, but our society needs an awful lot of find out. Our society needs a lot of find out. I mean, they should just take the Frank Zappa process to heart. He used to flip off the press whenever they would photograph him places or situations he did not approve of. Well, you see, I would go a step further than that. The step further I would take is, I would say we need to pass laws about paparazzi, especially when it comes to do with people's privacy. Like, for example, Sophie Turner getting photographed topless from like over a mile away because the guy found where her villa was, and he has a telephoto lens that can zoom in to like a mile. Okay? Look, I understand freedom of the press, but I also understand the right to privacy. You never, in my personal opinion, you never have the right to take a photo of someone topless unless that person is in public topless. What do I mean by public? The space between the front door of the Drake Hotel and where the cars pick up, I don't consider that public. Yeah, the paparazzi is legalized stalking. So like, for example, here's the Drake Hotel, and then you got a really short piece, and then you have the street. I don't think you should be allowed to be outside the Drake Hotel photographing because this is a residence. So I think A celebrity has the right to be in the hotel, come out of the hotel into the vehicle, and go on their way. I think that if it's a baseball player, if it's a baseball player, you can be at the stadium and try to take their picture. If they're a basketball player, you can be at the stadium. If they're a music artist, you can be at the stadium. But as far as chasing them to their hotels, we gotta stop this shit. Society has become fucked up. We don't have basic respect for anybody. How can we try to be better when we don't have respect? Seeing someone like Justin Bieber lashing out at paparazzi camping right outside his home numerous times really made me realize I never wanted to be a celebrity. Yeah, Daniel Radcliffe wearing the same outfit every day for a year to finally get the paparazzi to leave him alone because they couldn't sell any photographs of him anymore. Fucking scumbag paparazzi taking pictures of Emma Watson while she was still a teenager, up her dress, seeing her panties. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? She's a goddamn teenager. They should have been like to the gulag with this one. Like, you should have gotten home and seen that you took that photo, and that should have been like delete, 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 delete. Like, no. You should fucking know better. But does anybody know better? No. Let's see.
Just explain the computer law.
Here's the other part of that lawsuit.
Kash Patel filed a $250 million defamation lawsuit today against The Atlantic magazine over a story published on Friday titled "The FBI Director is MIA." It alleges, quote, episodes of excessive drinking and unexplained absences by Patel. His suit calls the article, quote, a sweeping, malicious, and defamatory hit piece designed to destroy Director Patel's reputation and drive him from office. Both the Justice Department and the White House have denied the story's claims. In response, a spokesperson for The Atlantic says it stands by its reporting, calling Patel's lawsuit meritless.
My problem with Kash Patel, my problem with the director of the FBI, period. I think the director of the FBI should be an FBI agent. In the military, in order for you to be the commander of a unit, you have to be able to perform the function of that unit. So, for example, at a tanker base, the commander of the base has to be a tanker pilot because they have to be able to assume the direct mission of the base. I don't like the fact that the director position of the FBI is a political appointment. I think that we have everybody up to and including deputy director of the FBI is an agent. Kash Patel is a lawyer. He was a public defender. He worked in the Department of Justice as a prosecutor, a terrorism prosecutor. He worked as a staffer for Nunes, who is on the House Intelligence Committee. During Trump's first term, he was senior director for counterterrorism on the NSC, and he was chief of staff to the acting secretary of defense. He was confirmed as the 9th director of the FBI in 2025. Yeah, he is a huge MAGA guy. He's not a, how shall we say, he's not a law enforcement background person. He's a prosecutor, defender, lawyer background, which is great. Don't get me wrong. which is great. But I want America's top cop to be, you know, a cop. Maybe I'm being a little snarky, but I want the director of the FBI to be an agent. I want the director of the FBI to be a guy that can, like, legitimately carry a badge, carry a gun, and make an arrest. I think there's a need to have civilian oversight with a neutral background. I think the Attorney General needs to be an attorney. You know, kind of important. So I think the Attorney General doesn't have to be a law enforcement person. I think that so I think you can have the head of the Department of Justice, which underneath that you're going to have the FBI. Then the top cop of the FBI should be an agent. I think let me pull. I'm trying to pull this up. I hate this. One. Okay, so that's how they have it listed. Now I need to find it on this one. So I'm going to try to show this. This is a little bit goofy. I don't like the way they have this, but this is their org chart. I didn't make this. So you have here's the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General, and then this breaks off to different categories. From the Deputy Attorney General, you have the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you have the DEA, the Bureau of Prisons, the Marshal Service, the ATFE. So I think, like, I think the head of the FBI should be a person who was previously a deputy director of the FBI. I think the DEA should be run by a former DEA agent. I think the ATFE should be run by a former ATFE. Now, Bureau of Prisons might be a place where you might want a civilian to come in. Each prison should be run by a warden, but maybe you bring in a civilian to come in and ask some questions, right? The Marshal Service should definitely be run by a fucking marshal. What kind of pisses me off, though, when you look at this, Office on Violence Against Women. Why? Why can't we just write fucking standards that work for everybody? Why do we have to have specialized offices? Like, why? I don't understand. When you make a special office, the Office of Violence, why do we have to make special offices? Why can't we just look at a situation and say, that shit's fucked up? You know what we should do? We should make an Office of Violence Against Women. No, what we should do, we should get Jalan. Somebody call Jalan. Who's got his phone number? Hey, this shit's not working. It's not fair to women. Shit, get me a first class ticket. I'll be on my way. In order to run the FBI, you should have served as an agent. I could care less if the person was assigned as long as they had the credibility. Nothing worse than training someone to lead you and have everything flipped upside down due to uninformed opinions. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. But that's what we have. Also, what we have... ceasefire at risk as Pakistan and Afghanistan report cross-border attacks. The strikes were the first since the two agreed to halt the violence at peace talks last month. So we've got Pakistan and Afghanistan getting ready to dust up again. Have the US-Iran talks failed? Why no deal yet doesn't mean diplomacy is dead. US-Iran diplomacy is in a deadlock, but analysts say both sides are unlikely to return to fighting. Tensions between the US and Iran have reached another critical junction. While a fragile ceasefire is holding, efforts to translate the nearly 3-week truce into a permanent agreement have stalled. Hopes of talks over the weekend dissipated after President Donald Trump canceled the visit. Iranian foreign minister on Monday blamed the U.S. for the failure of the talks. The U.S. approaches caused the previous rounds of negotiation, despite progress, to fail to reach its goals because of the excessive demands. As I said at the beginning of the show, Iran doesn't have to win, they just have to not lose. And when you have one side that just has to not lose, that makes for
Kash Patel filed a
a really, really bad situation. When one side just needs to not lose, it's not going to work. Does Iran have a unified army left after all those leaders got killed? Yes. Yes, they do.
Things are not going according to plan for Iran, inside or outside the country. Houthis aren't listening to the IRGC anymore. A third US aircraft carrier has just arrived in the Middle East. Iran shot at Indian ships after giving them clearance to cross the Strait of Hormuz, and now there's a diplomatic firestorm that Iran has to deal with India. And then on top of all this, there's a civil war going on between the IRGC and Iranian leadership. IRGC is now openly criticizing the negotiators who are negotiating on behalf of Iran. It seems like Iran is about to break into many different pieces with many different factions. So let's get into all that. Let's start with Iran's little puppet, the Houthis, who are not exactly listening to Iran. 3 days ago, IRGC said that if the US blockade does not end, Houthis will start attacking ships in the Red Sea. Well, guess what? Yesterday, a US aircraft carrier, the biggest one of them all, showed up in the Red Sea, and Houthis seem like they have no plans to take on this behemoth. This aircraft carrier is, of course, USS Gerald R. Ford, and it's the most powerful warship ever built. Over 1,100 feet long and over 1,000 tons, this is by far the largest aircraft carrier in the world. It packs a full air wing of roughly 75 aircrafts. They include F-18 Super Hornets, EA-18 Growlers, and E-2D Hawkeyes. And guess what? Just a few days ago, it broke the US record for the longest post-Vietnam War deployment of nearly 10 months. It started its deployment in June 2025, heading to the Mediterranean from its home base in Norfolk, Virginia. The military then redeployed it to the Caribbean in October as part of the largest naval buildup in the region in generations. There, it helped the US military capture Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro. And now, this aircraft carrier is in the Middle East. It took part in the opening days of the Iran war from the Mediterranean. Then it went through the Suez Canal to the Red Sea for the first time in its career. There was unfortunately a fire in the laundry room that forced it back to the Mediterranean for repairs. But now it seems everything is fixed and it's back in business. For Iran, what makes this situation more worrisome is the fact that a third aircraft carrier is right now circling the Horn of Africa and trying to reach the Middle East in the next 3 days.
So, the really big part of this is Iran sponsored terrorism all throughout the Middle East. The Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, bunch of little a bunch of little organizations. The problem is if they don't attack who you say you need them to attack, it doesn't really help you by arming them. In the last time the Houthis fired at the U.S. destroyed 700 of their targets. Let's see. From what I read, Iran is having trouble internally right now. It's compounding daily, running out of gas. They don't refine in country. People are uprising more and more. Do you think the U.S. is just waiting it out? No, I don't think so. And I don't know why. I don't know why you would say Iran doesn't do any internal refining. Iran refines. Iran refines 69% of its crude oil internally. It can refine 2.6 million barrels a day. Now, I don't know what it can refine right now after damages. But yes, Iran absolutely does refine in country. Okay. I don't know who took it. If Karg Island was taken, which country took it? Because that's news to me, and that would be news to the U.S. military. Who took it? I'd imagine transportation will be hard with no internet and U.S. strikes. You don't need internet to run a pipeline. You can't... Okay, let me stop you for a second. You're all over the place. You're like, it was taken. It wasn't taken. It's not blockaded. It's not disrupted. So, I have no idea what you're talking about right now. And I don't think you know what you're talking about right now. So help me try to figure out what you're talking about. There has been no disruption to what they're doing. So help me out. What do you believe is going on? Because you're saying it's blockaded. It's oil gets to Karg Island via pipeline, underwater pipeline. The finished product leaves back out through a different pipeline. So I'm nothing has happened to Karg Island. Now, it can hold 30 million barrels of crude. And the reason why Iran has to use Karg Island is because Iranian coastal waters are too shallow for super tankers to come. So, and Karg Island handles 90%. So, would Russia have the ability to supply Iran if it would be taken by the Americans? Supply, yes, but how? So I think I heard somewhere some people were sending them messages telling them that they could cross if they sent them money and the Indian ships were tricked. Yeah, all I know is that when you tell people they can cross through your waters and then you attack them, that's not a good look for you. It's not a good look for you because it means you can't protect people in your territorial waters. Why? I'm not sure if you're in a military aircraft, but do you know about the Saab Gripen? Yeah, I know about the Gripen. What do you want to know about it? Where does it rank? Top 5? Well, it depends on, honestly, it depends on what you're talking about. Remember, it's, I'm trying not to insult it, but it's not designed, like, it's not a stealth, which automatically means it's, like, I hate having military technology discussions with people because obviously I have a bias. I served in the US Air Force, but the other problem becomes, like, it's not a stealth. It's not, it's called, right? It's called a multi-role fighter. But in reality, when you have a multi-role fighter, it means you're a jack of all trades and a master of none. The F-22 is not a multi-role fighter. The F-22 is an air-to-air combat asset. The F-35 is a multi-role fighter. People are like, oh, well, the Gripen can contend air-to-air with the F-35. Sure, maybe. But why the shit? Why the shit would the F-35 engage you when the F-22 that's nearby will just be like, wait, what? Who's there? Oh, got it. One away. What's that F-22 pilot doing? I don't know, eating a fucking sandwich. I didn't even... The Gripen pilot would be like, oh shit, oh fuck, we're dead. A missile we didn't see coming from a launch from a plane we didn't even know was there. Yeah, the Gripen was built to fight Russian aircraft, was built to fight MiGs, and it's designed to be, they call it a multi-role fighter, but it's really designed to be a national defense fighter. It's so where it excels, right? Its operational cost is half of that of the F-16. So where you run into what it has a very nice feature on it is it has a combat range of 930 miles. Yeah, it's a good fit for defensive purposes. It can stay in the air a really long time, and if I remember correctly, it has a 10-minute hot turn time, which means it can be Winchester and bingo land. I'm sorry. It can be out of armament and out of fuel. It can land, and it can be hot refueled and rearmed and be back in the air in 10 minutes. That's impressive. But where it's lacking is going to be is, number one, it's not stealth. Number two, it's not integrated into the same data grid that the F-35 is. Remember, the F-35 and the F-22 share a data grid. If one F-35 can see you, every F-35 and F-22 in the air can see you. Like, once, if you're known to one, you're known to all. Which creates a really big problem for you because, like I said, the Gripen and the F-35 are aware of each other's presence. Because the Gripen pilot can see the F-35. Stealth isn't a cloak. I can physically see you. But then all of a sudden, you get that doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, and you're like, fuck, what just shot at me? Something I can't see, because it's so far away, just shot at me. The benefit to it is minimal training you can get in it, but you don't put minimal training people in it. But it's the basic maintenance and rearmament. It's meant to quick turn it back. Quick turning back is a feature of a defensive aircraft. Means you don't have to have a lot of them. And having a range of 930 miles means they have to come to you. You can loiter in the air. You don't have to go chase them. They have to come to you. It also means you can go after their tankers. You can figure out where they're launching from and where they're refueling from. If you can chase away their tankers, remember, if they only have a range of 500 miles and you're 900 miles away from where they can launch, they've got to refuel, right? Hit their target, come out, refuel, and go home. Well, if you can chase away their refueling track, then they can't, then their other weapons aren't useful. You don't have the range. 930 miles is great because it allows you to, if you do use it offensively, you don't have to put your tankers at risk. 930 miles gives you about 850 miles. You fuel up, go and come back. Oh, so 425? 425 miles? That's a good distance to have your refuelers, your tankers away. That's a good distance. In this situation, I really don't know who to believe. I guess I have to take them at their word, but if they were scammed by people unrelated to the Iranian regime, I don't know if we can blame Iran for this too hard. Yeah, we're never gonna know what happened with this Iran thing. They were given clearance. That's not going to work out well. Hold on. Sorry, it's right around the time of day that all the after school stuff is canceled. We have storms coming in. So the nice thing is I just sprayed all that anti-fungus shit, all the anti-algae stuff on the side of my house. So we got a really nice wash of the house last night. Let's see. It wouldn't surprise me if the distance is perfectly calculated that we can hit Kaliningrad and St. Petersburg. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. What else did I download? This guy always makes me laugh. I downloaded this for the lulz.
You are not failing in life. You are just a champion in fucking up. And fucking up is progress. So embrace the progress. That is all.
You are just a champion in fucking up. That guy makes me smile every day. Every fucking day.
Did you know in Australia, the minimum wage is 3 times what it is here?
Didn't move there. The poverty rate's about 15% in Australia. It's only about 10% here in the United States. So take your mustache and go down under.
This is why Google without context can make you confidently ignorant. Now, while it's true that Australia reports a poverty rate between 14 and 15%, and the US reports a poverty rate between 10 and 11%, you stop there and didn't realize that poverty rates are calculated differently in the two countries.
This right here, this is your bitch slap for people when they try to talk about why can't the United States give universal health care? Why can't the United States do this or why can't the United States do that? It's because we calculate things differently.
And when you apply the same method to both countries, then the United States has a higher poverty rate than Australia. Now, in the USA, the poverty rate is calculated as the number of people who fall below a certain fixed income level, currently about $16,000, the same for everybody in the country. In Australia, the poverty rate is calculated by taking 50% of the median household income and then seeing how many people fall below that number. This system allows the poverty line to move with society to look at true inequality, but it also causes more people to be included in that poverty count than they would be in the United States. For example,
yes. What Wolfgar just said is If you set the poverty rate at earning $50 a year, you could cut poverty by 100%. It was like the other day where somebody said, where I said, we have to be careful because we're taking an American standard and we're applying it to Iran. Iran, 30% of the people live in poverty. No, in Iran, 30% of the people live in poverty if you're using the American number for poverty. But in Iran, poverty for them is if they're only earning $4,400 American a year. But for them, they have to earn less than $4,400 a year American to be in poverty. So the 30% number is when we apply 16,000 USD. That's how they get to 30%. When we take their number, it's like 7. And we have to peel back the onion a little more. Some of the 7%, yeah, they're living in poverty. Break. They're living in rural villages by choice. Like I said, up until the early 2000s, my family home in Ireland still had a black iron sod burning stove by choice. Not everybody who lives like a certain way, it lives that way because of poverty. My father-in-law's shop is heated by a wood stove because he likes to do it that way. My father's work areas are heated by wood stoves because he likes to do it that way.
Example, we said that the poverty threshold in the United States is $16,000, but the median household income is $74,000, which means that using Australia's 50% rule, the poverty threshold should be $36,000. It's not. So anybody who makes between $16,000 and $36,000 a year should be included in the poverty line, but it's excluded in the United States. To give you a measure, that's about 20 million people. Oh, and that doesn't include the fact that in the United States, the effective tax rate is about 20%, and in Australia is only about 12%. Oh, I almost forgot. They also have universal public health care in Australia. So here's the harsh reality. When you apply Australia's method to the United States, you realize that in the US, poverty is actually higher than Australia. It's about 18%. And do you know why? Not only because so many people work jobs that pay minimum wage, but also because there are people like you who share inaccurate information that help the very millionaires who exploit workers to get an extra house in the Hamptons. Congratulations, my friend. You're helping your captors keep you in chains.
All right. I do hate...
Did you know in Australia, the minimum wage is
when people do that shit. I hate when people start talking about you're helping your millionaire captors keep you in chains. Fuck that shit. Wolfgar, why do you hate insurance companies? We need to stop with this fucking bullshit that the rich people are keeping you in chains. Look, I'm going to say it and I'm going to keep saying it. And if I offend you and I never grow as a creator, great. Fucking cry for 10 minutes. Put on your big boy boxers or your big girl panties. Put on your boots. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps and figure it out. Like, for example, guy broke down last night. That shitbag of a dad and husband that rapes his wife and doesn't take care of his kids. He didn't go to work this morning because he broke down. He was broken down for 3 hours. He got home, he slept for 10. His boss told him, yeah, I don't think you're working out. Tough shit, motherfucker. Like, I told you my best friend whined to me the other day. Having me as a best friend, I'm gonna tell you. Having me as a best friend is hard. Because I am a ride or die motherfucker. If you pass away and you don't have 5 other people show up at your funeral, your casket is going on my back. I would appreciate if you had 5 other friends to help me carry you, but if there's not, I will figure out a way to get you in the hole in the ground, right? But this bullshit that my best friend said to me, I just got off a 10. Suck a dick, bitch. A 10? A 10? You lived in my house, you watched me go to work every day and work more than a 10. I celebrated a 10. A 10 was a short day. A 10 was like, whoa, I only worked 10 hours today. Fuck yeah. Last year's house insurance was $2,176. This year they want to charge you $3,300. Damn. That sucks. I don't think you should do a national poverty line for a country the size of the U.S. because 16,000 could probably get you quite far in some parts of the U.S. Yes, it can. And this is what I keep saying to people. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I'm really not. And it's why when people ask me bona fide questions, I will spend, as long as a person is asking me bona fide, genuine, authentic questions, I'll spend, and you guys have seen me do it, I'll spend 2.5 hours of a 4-hour show working with one person. If they're being genuine, authentic, I don't give a shit. That's why I play the game. What we've got to do is we've got to get past this idea that a national average is what we need. We need regional averages. So my daughter's rent is $975. $300 for utilities plus internet. $80 for her cell phone, and this is a need, not want. Why do I preference this $80 cell phone as a need, not want? My daughter is deaf. She wears hearing aids, so my daughter actually does need a smartphone because my daughter can't just have a flip phone. She has to have a smartphone because she has to be able to put it down in the room. She has software on her phone that analyzes the room and then matches her hearing aids to her seated position in the room. My daughter is very deaf. Otherwise, that cell phone would be $25. She'd have like a jitterbug. With that, $200 insurance, car. I'm gonna say $200 insurance, health. $360 groceries, and this includes cat food. $100 gas, and no car payment. So that's rent, utilities, cell phone, insurance, groceries, gas. There is no car payment. So I think, and then I'm gonna just do 200. Call that pen money. That's just your bullshit spending money. We gotta throw some amount of casual life money on, otherwise our thing is bullshit. So my daughter's whole life is $2,415. Now, that's what it is overall. If everything goes to her. Now, the truth is, she doesn't pay this one at present because she's 20 and I don't pay any more. I have a 13-year-old and a 20-year-old on my insurance plan. I pay the same money to have her on mine, or if she was the only one, so that either way. And then I could, in theory, take off the pen money, right? So I could take $400 off of this. Since she doesn't have to go to a job, I could take the gas off and the car insurance off, right? But let's just do $2,415. So we do $2,415 and we times that by 12. So $28,980. You do I get a discount because I pay 6 months at a time. Her insurance should go down now because it's been 3 billing cycles since she face fucked her car into the back of another car. Also, because of her situation, she gets food stamps. So I generally don't have that $360. So generally, I only have to pay for the cat food. $28,000. So when we start talking the poverty level, if we're being real right now, a poverty level of 16,000 is a bullshit dollar amount. It's just a bullshit dollar amount. Who the fuck can live on? Who can live on that? What we need to do is we need to figure out a way to get this number down. We need to get that number down. Right? We need to get this number down. This number should naturally go down. Right? That number is not terrible, because even if we had universal health care, our taxes would be more than that. We've got to stop saying shit like national average. $28,000 a year. She has a 3-bedroom apartment. My daughter has a 3-bedroom apartment because she's got service animals, so she's got she has a room for the 3 emotional support animals, and then she needs to have a room she always has to have a room to be by herself. So she has a live-in boyfriend, which I tolerate because she needs to be independent. There's lots of trickle-down shit, but $28,000 for someone to live their life. We need to figure out a way for people to, if 16,000, if we're going to declare 16,000 as poverty, we need to figure out a way to make 16,000 be livable. I don't think 16,000 is livable. But I think if we take the median household average of 73,000 and we do 50% of that, so we do 73,000 times 0.5, 36,000, I think that's the more realistic poverty line. I think it is absolutely absurd that we're still even remotely dicking around with the poverty line being anywhere near here. Let's take 16,000 and we divide that by 12. So we're saying that you're supposed to even remotely be able to live on $1,333 a month. So we take 30% of that for the rent. There's not a whole lot of fucking places you can rent at $400. And food right now, my daughter's food bill is $360. And believe me, my daughter's not buying junk food. My daughter's got SMAS. If you're not familiar with SMAS, it's a medical condition where, due to losing too much weight, her superior mimetic artery is pressed by the constriction of not having enough stomach abdominal fat. You need a certain amount of abdominal fat. Well, these ultra super skinny fucking noodle bitches, a lot of them suffer from SMAS, where one of their arteries gets constricted. So I know my daughter isn't eating junk food because I buy her fucking groceries. A healthy 20-year-old woman's food needs is about $360 a month. And what I try to explain to people, you fucking skinny ass noodle bitches, you take 360 divided by 30, right? And that's right. That's $12 a day. $12 a day isn't a lot for food when your diet requires you to eat healthy. So you're trying to do $12 a day in food, but you're trying to get 130 grams of protein, and you're trying to get, I believe it's 27 grams of fiber. And she needs no less than 26 grams of fat. I believe, off the top of my head, I believe that I believe those are her macro minimums every day. That's hard to do on $12 a day. That's fucking hard. And we're not, that's what we're not paying attention to. That's where the, so this is, she needs to be at about 2,000 calories a day. I'm just checking this for my own knowledge. Make sure I'm right. So that's 520, and then I think this is $234. Yeah, $234, and then this is $754. Yeah, those are her right macros. So she needs 130 grams of protein, 26 grams of fat. The fat and the protein combined only gets her to 754 calories. She needs to get 130 grams of protein, 26 grams of fat, and she still needs to get 1,250 more calories into her diet. Holy fuck, man. And we're busting people's chops. Like the SNAP program, where like poor people can't have a soda. Shit. They can't fucking maintain their calories without the soda. From what I've heard, service workers earn more through tips than they would through minimum wage. Problem is, the US, the tipping culture has gone crazy. What I will tell you is, every time I had a job making tips, I have always made more in tips than I would have in minimum wage. When I worked at Denny's 20 some odd years ago, $200 a night in tips at a fucking Denny's was not unheard of. 200 was about my average. It depended on how many fucking groups of kids came in. I had a rule at the Denny's. I let you be at my table for 90 minutes. After 90 minutes, I would just politely come over and I would say, hey guys, you've been here for 90 minutes. So I've got a couple of policies. I know you guys are just looking for a place to sit around and bullshit, play D&D, play Magic, whatever. Here's what I'm going to do for you. Everybody buys a drink and you throw me $20. You don't throw shit. You don't make a mess. You don't dump napkins into the fucking soda, into the soda fucking cups. You don't make my life fucking shit. Here's the deal. I'll just bring you guys a pitcher of soda every so often. You keep it neat, you keep it clean, you keep everything. So you each buy one soda and you drop me a 20, you can have the table all night. Most of the time, throughout the night, because I was nice to them, they'd keep buying food. And then they'd tip me on the food and forget they'd given me a 20 at the beginning of the night. When I worked at a steakhouse called Wildfire, that I walked out of there most nights with like $600. Well, I made about $600 and then I had to tip out my food runner and the bartender off. The bartender got their fair share of my alcohol. The price of everything went up too fast for income to keep up. You're right. The price of everything went up too fast for income to keep up. We are the clients who are responsible to pay for the wage of your employees. It should be included in the price of the meal. Here's the problem. People keep saying that. If you want to be able to go out and eat at a restaurant, you have to understand that it would cost you more. It would cost you more if the tip was included in the meal than it costs you now. Because remember, my employee comes in at 2 in the afternoon, and my employee is going to work 2 to 10. So 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10. 8-hour shift. That employee has to make $120 today. That means I have to sell enough food at a price that covers cost of the food plus labor, which gives me enough to then pay secondary costs, which is rent, utilities, rentals of all the kitchen stuff, and then still have money left for me. Also, I want to remind people, very, very rarely do servers ever have to declare to the manager, I didn't make minimum wage this shift. Very rarely does it ever happen. You'll hear a lot of servers bitch about a table. If you're constantly not making tips, but everybody else in the restaurant is, you're probably the problem. Yeah, you're gonna get those old people. The gunman at the banquet might get a lifetime sentence. He should. Remember, if the server doesn't make $120 today in their 8-hour shift, they declare it to the manager, I didn't make, with my tips, I didn't make minimum wage. We have to bump them up. They have to walk out with minimum wage. I very rarely see servers not make minimum wage. But if Americans wanted to, if we switched over to a non-tipping culture, we would find for a period of 5 to 10 years, restaurants would close all over the place. Because if you tell me now all of a sudden my meal is $50, I just won't go out to eat. Because remember, if you're going to raise the cost of my meal by 20% to cover the waitress or the waiter, now you're starting to push into the realm of, is it worth it? I can go down to my fridge right now, pull out an 8-ounce steak. I can make that 8-ounce steak in less than 6 minutes. I try to explain that to people and they get this look on their face. It takes my stovetop 2 minutes. I wish I had a gas. I have an electric. Takes my gas range or my electric range 2 minutes to heat up my stainless steel pan. It's a thin slice of steak today. That goes in, 2 minutes, flip it, 2 minutes off, done, cooked. People like to go out to restaurants because they're lazy. If you're gonna be lazy, tip.
Did you know in Australia?
If you're gonna be lazy, tip. It's easy. Why did I pull down this one?
Hear me. I'm gonna do this. I don't want it over PA.
Oh yeah. So this is a really important one. I downloaded this one because a lot of people don't understand how pilots work. Pilots have a work day. Listen to what the pilot says.
Hear me. I'm going to do this. I don't want it over PA. I'm doing you a service that I do not have to do, but I want to do that for your benefit so that you hear directly from me what is going on. We had a number of things that we had to get done with this airplane, to include running the engine twice. There was a lot of coordination to make that happen. We just completed a second engine run. Maintenance is not far enough along for us to be able to take that flight right now. Let me finish. I've got a lot I've got to tell you. I have a mandatory flight duty period that myself and my first officer have to comply with. That is an FAA requirement, and we are honoring that requirement. We also have the ability to extend. That original requirement had us in the air no later than wheels up, retracted, and off the ground at 48 minutes past the hour. We're already past that. So we're already eating into that 2-hour extension that I can provide. I had told them that I would provide that extension in order to get you where you need to go. However, right now we have an 83-minute delay going into Las Vegas due to weather and due to the earlier closure of the airport with the movement of the president. In addition to that, we have an estimated 19-minute delay getting out of here. In addition to that, we've got to get all of you on the airplane. In addition to that, we have to have maintenance release the aircraft to service. So I'm not going to do any public math, But we've reached a point where I simply have no other options and I'm out of date. Here can hear me.
So this is where what I've said is we need to explain some things in high school to people so when they go into society, they're ready to be fully functional adults. People don't understand that pilots have three types of clocks. There is a, like he said, there is a clock where if we hit this time of day, I'm done. If we hit this time of day, I, as the pilot, can choose. I can choose if I feel good, if I'm alert, if I'm not tired, I can choose to violate 2 hours. And then what he's talking about is there's 2 extra hours. I can, as long as I go wheels up by 48 minutes past the hour, I can do that. And then there's a third one where as long as he goes wheels up, he has a little bit of extra hours where he can be in the air. But if he's not off the ground, wheels up by 48 minutes past the hour, he can't take off. Even though he has that other piece of his day, because he has, I got to be off the ground hours, and then he has I can stay in the air hours. And the reason why they do that is you don't want people getting left at airports by smaller airlines because they're screwed. Right. It's kind of like a semi-truck driver. Once you hit your daily drive hours, you have to pull over and stop. Almost exactly like that, except, like I said, pilots have 3 checks. This is the end of the day. Do you feel good enough that you can extend by 2 hours? Yes. Okay. Now, you can take off into that, but if you're already in the air, obviously we're going to give the pilot extra time. We're not going to make the pilot land at the closest place. Do you think the US pilots work like European ones? Because I work at store and logistics operator, one of their main bases, it doesn't work like that. Well, I don't know what you're saying, because I've worked flight line ops in both America and Europe and the Middle East. But I don't know European pilots' hour days. I know that for American pilots and US Air Force pilots, if they're not off the ground, they'll know what their time is. They have to be off the ground, wheels up. In fact, not this past October, but the year before, my flight got delayed, Gate moved. Finally, there's an overhead announcement, and it was really cool as shit. The guy was like, "Ladies and gentlemen in the terminal, yes, all of you going to St. Louis." I can say all of you going to St. Louis, because if you're in the terminal, you're going to St. Louis. Bring yourself to the gate. So we get down to the gate. And so here's the gate. And he's talking to us from right here. He's like, "All right, folks, listen up." He's like, "There was a delay in the plane from Texas to here." He's like, "There are going to be a lot of people getting off this plane, running across to the other plane. Get out of their way, because that pilot needs to get off the ground." He's like, "And then we are going to have a little game. That game is called How Quickly Can We Board Our Aircraft?" He said, "We need to get all of you onto the aircraft in about 18 minutes. Because we have a series of things that have to happen in time order, or if they don't, the pilot's going to have to turn around and come right back to the gate and let you off, and you guys will have to fly out tomorrow morning." He's like, "So what we're going to do is we are not going to stop in the middle of the aisle. What we are going to do is we are going to run onto the plane. As soon as that last person is off, we are going to get onto the plane. And you are going to get on, put your stuff in the overhead bin, and just go. Once the plane is in the air, you can shuffle around a little bit. Also, I've been told to tell you by the pilot, The pilot has a place to be in the morning for his daughter. He intends to be there, which means he is not doing 3 calls for anybody. Get your ass on the plane. I think that was the fastest I'd ever seen a plane board. All those people getting off the plane, they're running their ass because their pilot is about to not be able to take off. It's amazing how fast people can get on a plane when they're told they're going to get left behind. I think we boarded the plane in 11 minutes. We boarded the plane and pulled off from the gate while the other plane was still trying to figure out what the shit was going on. We got airborne and the pilot was like, "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, because I have to see my daughter graduate from the St. Louis School of Dance or whatever." And he was like, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna make it and things are gonna be good. He's like, "I do appreciate you all getting on the plane in such an orderly fashion." He's like, "If you need to move and stretch out a little bit, feel free." He's like, "There's only 65 of you on a plane that can fit 140. What? You want to do the show? You do the show. You be entertaining. You be entertaining for 4 hours. This is the one that's down there all the time, biting my feet. Biting my feet all the time. The biter. Those are my fingies. She doesn't care. Can bite her ear. She doesn't give a shit.
You can hear me.
She's like, you can bite her ear. You can spray her with water. She doesn't care. Last one. I really wish that people would stop making videos like this.
I know that you're a tight ass, I know that you're a prick, and I know that you're a control freak if you use the Oxford comma. The Oxford comma assumes that your audience is 11 years old and they don't know what they're doing and that you have to spoon feed them. It's a bunch of crap. And we're in the 21st century. People's attention span sucks. It absolutely stinks. At some point, we're going to have memes and reels that are going to be briefs themselves. So when you use an Oxford comma and you dumb everything down and you slow everything down, all you're doing is hastening the demise of the legal profession. Let me give you an example of why the Oxford comma is just total crap. Okay, let me just throw out a random sentence here. Okay, Sam Alito, comma, and Clarence Thomas, comma, and Brett Kavanaugh are all Donald Trump stooges. Okay, I know that Brett Kavanaugh and Clarence Thomas are not one and the same person, okay? When you use the Oxford comma, you're trying to clarify that that's different things. But guess what, guys? Guess what? I know that. Now, somebody who might be 4-year-old, they may not know that. So let's...
Except, first of all, you dumbass, you're going to give an example. You're going to be a condescending prick, and you're going to say Alito and Thomas, and you don't put an and there. But the reason why, I went to the bakery, the paper shop, and cemetery. So you went to a paper shop that's also a cemetery? Yeah, does the paper shop also do burials? And the reason why is because this example right here, we invited the rhinoceri, Washington and Lincoln. Without the Oxford comma, the names of the rhinoceri are Washington and Lincoln. That motherfucker doesn't understand. He's like, the legal profession. Great, motherfucker. Be a lawyer then, not an English major, because the Oxford comma determines whether or not I'm giving the names of the objects or if I'm giving additional objects. Like, I think people communicate poorly in writing as it is. So, why are we making it harder for people to communicate by taking away the Oxford comma? By the way, the rhinoceri one is the polite society one. But I had eggs, toast, and orange juice. Eggs, toast, and orange juice. I had eggs, toast, and orange juice. We invited the strippers, JFK and Stalin. I do not want JFK and Stalin to be my strippers. Without the Oxford comma, we invited the stripper, JFK and Stalin. Right? We have got to stop with people that shouldn't be talking about changing the language. And just realize the language is the language for a reason. Just like this one. There's a lot of people that are upset about older people like me that put 2 spaces after a period. Do you know why I put 2 spaces after a period? Because I'm old enough to have typed on a typewriter. That is it. That is the only reason. Because I am old enough to have typed on a typewriter. And because certain letters have a wide base, A, M, W. Why'd you put 2 spaces on a typewriter? Because the width of the letter there's a space there, but it doesn't look like a space because the A is so wide. If you did B, there's clearly a space, but with A, because it's a wide base letter, it doesn't look like a space. So on a typewriter, you always leave 2 spaces. And yeah, it did make it look a little bit longer, but it worked out. It worked out in the wash. Did you need to do it? No. Did somebody decide this is the way it's going to do? Yeah. Do we need to do it on word processors? For a little bit, we did. We had to do it for a little bit on word processors. Then you just learn. No, it was standardized. 2 after all. On a typewriter, you put 2 after all periods. And then we got to keyboards. We got to PCs. And then they did whichever font became the standard. Arial became the standard. I don't even remember what font is the fucking standard font anymore. Now it's Aptos is the standard. I think it was Arial or Courier was the standard. And you didn't need it anymore. Now people, like, watch a fucking professor flip the shit out. Like, watch them flip their shit. About, you don't need to put 2 spaces after period. Can you fucking read it? So, I think we've got just a little bit of a fucking problem with people being angry about 2 spaces. Now the Oxford comma, I'd like the Oxford comma to stay. 2 spaces after a period, whatever makes you happy. Many old manuscripts used to have an actual dot between words because then it's not ambiguous. I am remembering that. I am remembering some do. I think that's how the space used to do it. The space key used to punch that circle when you hit it. Okay, last shots. What has the Cheeto Poof in Chief said? You always got to do this to me right when I'm getting ready to go. One more Cheeto Poof in Chief. The radical left Democrats have kept the Department of Homeland Security shut down since Valentine's Day. Our great speaker, Mike Johnson, is working hard to end the Democrat shutdown and pass the first step of a plan to get full funding to our incredible ICE and border agents. We need all Republicans to join together and support this budget blueprint, which allows us to bypass Democrat obstruction in the Senate and fund immigration enforcement with only Republican votes. The Senate passed this blueprint last week on Thursday morning, and now House Republicans must unify and pass the same blueprint to get the bill done. I've asked for the final bill on my desk by June 1st, and we can make that deadline if we keep to the plan fast and focused. Let's take care of our great agents of law enforcement. Thank you for your attention on this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Well, probably could have done a lot better if you might have gotten 1 or 2 Democrats to cross the line if you had not attacked the Democrats with it. But in this case, I do agree. We don't need to be going into the summer months with Homeland Security not being funded. Otherwise, it's going to impact the airports. With that said, I am going to get out of here. I wish that I could say I had some altruistic things to do, but my daughter doesn't have track today, so I got to be a dad. Not that I don't love being a dad. Being a dad to a 13-year-old is usually just deciphering grunts and making sure they bathe. Like, go. And then I'm going to go play CK3. I will see you guys on Wednesday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy,